Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in one ton of error. Like Pharaoh getting played from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the post that the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like a wonder from an oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We got potential approval. Invent the doctor dances cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, penny speed. And the ball and symbols all suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance cause like the president intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method. Yes, you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president assents. So don't expect the reality, depend on the humanity. If you're done forgiving, then you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a moving, it's still feel the war, emotional war, you see.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on you. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I got a right. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just the sight of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, o'er the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down off in these streets, nobody left to spend. Still singing Bible night before my praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing blue red lights. I'd rather see the college outside the
We are officially hot here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Literally hot. It is December the 10th, 2023. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin, your NFL Week 14 breakdown of the entire NFL slate. Coming to you live from the Deep End Studios in the lovely Chicks Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. It is right after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are officially red hot. Winners 2 weeks ago. Big winners 2 weeks ago. Winners last week. Big winners on Thursday night with the old sucker play of the century. The Patriots in the over. And how about the Friday soccer paycheck? Rain and wind, we dissected it all. 30-mile-per-hour winds and rain is enough to do a 7-game parlay of 7 games under 2.5 goals, and we sweep the board. So we are red hot here. It is December. When it's time to zig, you better be prepared to zag. And that's the moral of the story here as we get into the waning weeks of the NFL season. We have weather today. So weather games in the early window. We have some good matchups as well and plenty of opportunity.
If you are new to the show, here's how we do things. I'll go ahead and do this first segment. We'll go through the slate of the line movement. We will kind of do a brief summary of the game, et cetera, et cetera. We will look at weather, and then we'll bring in our man Dave Del Grande from Field Level Media, Mr. Fantasy himself. He covers the Golden State Warriors, the Denver Nuggets, and he comes on our show every week, nonstop, for almost 2 hours, discussing the AFC West, the NFC West, the other fun games, other angles, other topics in sports. So we queue up Dave Del Grande here in about 10 to 15 minutes. After that, we will try to get together with the Ant-Man, Nephew Dave, and we will go through the entire slate of every angle we possibly can. We're not just looking for closing line of value, as they say. We try to create value. We try to move lines ourselves and try to get good big numbers where we can literally turn $2 into $1,315 is what, and you know what? We do that fairly, well, not regularly. You got to be prepared to lose a lot of $2. But when you hit that $2 play and turn that into $1,400 or whatever the case may be, then you have a wonderful time doing so. Our man Josh Allen on the $2 ticket with his second touchdown 2 weeks ago cashes home. And yes, how about Thursday night with the Patriots? Low over under. It was right at 30.5, 30 points. It was kind of bumping up around, up and down around there. Underdogs for the Pats, and they come out of the gate hot. They come out of the gate smoking, and we were able to cash a Hunter Henry ticket for 2 touchdowns, and we cashed a very low-hanging fruit ticket. All the Patriot receivers were real low in their yardage props, so we took them all. We threw in a little Bailey Zappi run. We threw in a little Jalen Warren receiving yards play with that, and we were able to cash that home. So let's see what angles we can come up with for today. Week 14. We are right in the middle of December, just about. So 21 days left until 2024. How about that? Let's get right to the updated lines and the weather. Speaking of weather, we are a little bit under the weather ourselves here. So if I lose my voice at any minute, that is probably the case. Had big plans for the weekend and basically bagged them all. As we have tried to sleep the weekend away for the most part, to try to recover out of this little funk that we have going on. But we will battle through here on week 14. First game is a weather game, 100% chance of rain for the Ravens and the Rams. Just how much rain will we get in Baltimore? This was the game I was going to go to. So shout out to Bull, Austin, Story, Frazier, you guys up there. Miss you, love you. I would love to be with you today, just not in the cards with me physically for sure. So the Ravens minus 7.5, over under 39.5, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time game. The Rams come in red hot. They're catching a lot of points here. Baltimore's coming off a bye. Did you know Lamar Jackson has only accounted for 4 touchdowns here in the last month? How about that? That's passing, running, whatever the case may be. So this over-under has been falling down consistently as the days have led up into today. 39.5 is where we're at now. 100% chance of rain. Wind as well. How will Matthew Stafford, his trio of phenomenal receivers, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, Tutu Atwell, a hard-running Kyren Williams, how will they fare? A little bit of a, you think of the Rams as a finesse team, kind of in a way, but they've shown to be physical as well, out physicaling Cleveland, a big old bully last week at home at SoFi, but they'll have to take their act on the road today to a rainy Baltimore. Gus gets a touchdown every time he touches the ball for the Ravens. And a fun game today. I expect this to be a good game, rainy game. We will get into this as the slate goes on through today. The Carolina Panthers come short off their second win, of getting their second win last week in Tampa Bay. Bryce Young and company will now go to New Orleans, where Derek Carr looks like he will be the quarterback. But he's been in and out of the lineup. He gets hurt, and next thing you know, Jameis Winston is in. You think Winston's going to start the next game, and nope, it's Derek Carr who starts the next game after that. So Derek Carr and company hosting the Carolina Panthers today, -6. This line is up overnight from 5.5, now at 39 with the total here. Good game in Cincinnati with the Bengals and the Colts. How about Jake Browning? Just when everyone was ready to bury the Bengals, and Jacksonville was going to be my primary survivor pick last Monday night. I bagged them for the Steelers. Both would have lost, so I delayed the inevitable. But the Bengals and Jake Browning with an outstanding performance on Monday Night Football, he'll get his chance at home in front of the home crowd today against the Colts, who are red hot as well, and what should be a fun game, a potential high-scoring game. Bengals -1.5, 44. Weather will not be an issue here. It'll be a colder day, but no rain, no wind really, and the Bengals and the Colts could fly over 44 points, potentially, at least in my mind anyway. So we will get into that with the crew as we go through the morning. The Browns, we just talked about them a minute ago, and the Jaguars. They match up today in Cleveland. The Browns are -2.5. The over-under is 34. Last we saw Trevor Lawrence, he was hobbling through the tunnel. We do not have a listed quarterback yet for the Jaguars. We have to kind of assume it's going to be the backup, right? Excuse me. But maybe Lawrence can wrap that ankle up and go. So we'll try to get more into that as we go along. And this was going to be a bad weather game. Not so much now. Winds have died down. It is cooler temperatures for sure, but it's not going to be a wet mud fest, or shouldn't be anyway, in that regards. So other weather games with more weather significance on the board, like in Baltimore, not so much in Cleveland. NFC South on the line with Tampa Bay and the Falcons matching up today. Everyone in that division playing each other with the Saints and the Panthers that we just talked about. But the Falcons are -2.5 and 41. Baker Mayfield and company coming in. Desmond Ridder and the Falcons with a nice low-scoring win against the Jets last week. The Panthers fall short to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa. So Tampa on the road. These two teams combined for 800 yards of offense the last time that they played. And we shall see if these two can climb over the total this time. In fact, I think that was an under game with all those yards last time. But the Falcons and the Buccaneers -2.5 for Atlanta and 41. Detroit, weather not so much an issue anymore in Chicago, as the Lions will play at the Bears. The Lions laying just a field goal, -3, over under 43. Did you know the Chicago Bears are one of the best defensive football teams in the NFL right now? In the last 6 weeks anyway, the Bears have been very stout defensively. Detroit got a lot of points on the board last week in New Orleans. Can they put up a good effort again in back-to-back weeks on the road? Jared Goff and company take their act to their division rivals, the Chicago Bears, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for that one. the last 1 o'clock game of the slate. And I did shed a tear a little bit when Tank Dell went out for the season last week for the Texans. Dynamic wide receiver. We were having a lot of fun with him on the props. He is not going to be out there anymore. He's done for the year. And it's going to be up to Nico Collins, Noah Brown. No tight end either for the Texans as Ferguson is hurt. But the Texans, Schultz is who I should say. The Texans minus 3.5 and 32.5 on the road at the Jets this afternoon. Zach Wilson back in quarterback for New York. So the experiment with Boyle is over with. Let's just go back to Zach Wilson. So we'll see if the Jets can find any way to jumpstart their offense. The Texans are capable of scoring a lot of points. But how about this? Yes, weather and rain an issue here at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford. Over-under is now down to 32.5 in this game. 32.5 points. Man, you almost feel like the Texans could get that themselves. You would think they could, at least with Tank Dell, if he was in that lineup. So we'll see if C.J. Stroud and company can respond on the road today and get a big win in the Meadowlands. All right, that is it for your 1 o'clock window. We have 4 games in the 4 p.m. time slot. This game is at 4:05. Rematch of Thanksgiving night just a few weeks back with the Seahawks and the 49ers. The 49ers are minus 13.5, and over-under in this game right now is at 46.5. This line has jumped from 10.5 to 13.5. So all the money coming in on San Francisco in this game. Our one prop of the year was when these last two played each other, and that was the Geno Smith under passing yards, which was at that time 224.5. It was up earlier in the week to 244.5, and now back down to 234.5. And now Geno's off the board. So I don't know what's up with that early on this Sunday morning, 7:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Purdy's the only quarterback listed for me. So I'm sure the Geno numbers will fall back up on here. But it looks like Kenneth Walker III is going to be back anyway for Seattle. So that helps them a little bit in that regard. But a tough task for Pete Carroll and company. The 49ers are scorching red hot. I believe they are the Super Bowl favorites at this moment in time. And really, I'm going to say it now. We could be set up for a bloodbath in the Super Bowl, whoever the 49ers play, if they indeed get there. Dallas, Philadelphia, Detroit, all will want to say something about that before those terms are actually official. Minnesota and Vegas, they play today. The Vikings and the Raiders in Vegas, -3 for the Vikings. The big news here, Justin Jefferson is back. So how will the crew weigh on Justin Jefferson? We haven't been able to play him in props for a while. Is he a good go-to guy today? I'll tell you right now, I played Jefferson for 3 touchdowns at 80-1 odds. He was 95-1. Those odds did drop over the course of a couple of days leading into the show here. But Jefferson is a beast. Can he show it? They said he was ready to go before the bye week. So he's actually had a couple of extra weeks. It's not like they're forcing him onto the field here. So good opportunity, hopefully, for Jefferson. The Raiders are the kind of team that will give it to you. Aiden O'Connell, still the quarterback for Vegas. And, Devontae Adams may say something about being the best receiver on the field today at some point as well. 4:25 Eastern Standard Time, AFC West rivals Broncos and Chargers. The Chargers -2.5, over under 44. Only the Chargers can hold a team scoreless, shut them out, and not cover the spread. And that was the case last week at New England. They'll just lay 2.5 here against Russell Wilson and company, who tried to valiantly come back against Houston last week, but they fell up short. Interception in the end zone, basically to end the game for Russell Wilson. But a good competitive matchup here. Playoff stakes at a very all-time high here with the Chargers and Broncos. We'll get into that in a minute. So 2.5 and 44 for the Chargers and SoFi today. The Chiefs and the Bills renew their storied, exciting games that they played in the playoffs. So they'll renew this little rival they have together. Josh Allen and company will come into Kansas City. Mahomes and the Chiefs sputtering. But, you can say that about the Bills as well. Really, two teams who need to look at each other in the mirror right here in December and ask themselves the all-important question of who are we, what are we about, and what are we going to do about it moving forward. So Andy Reid and the Chiefs -1.5, over under 48.5 with the Bills in town in Kansas City today. No weather for this game to be an issue this afternoon. 49ers will be a nice day as well, so no weather there. Dallas tonight, night game with the Cowboys and the Eagles. They just played about a month ago. Eagles holding off Dallas at the goal line. The Cowboys now a 3.5-point favorite. That's interesting. Over under 51.5. So if you like the Eagles, you're catching a full field goal. Eagles coming off a troublesome loss to many of the Eagle faithful last week with the 49ers, who came into Philly at the Link and hammered them. So we shall see how they respond today. Is Hurts hurt? Is he really hurt? He's been kind of playing dinged up. I feel you, Jalen Hurts. I feel hurt right now, to be honest, myself. So the Eagles and company in Big D tonight, 8:20 Eastern Standard Time kickoff. And we have two Monday night games. Here we go again with the two Monday games, both starting at the same time. And our ABC affiliate is having issues with our TV provider as well. So I'm going to have to get the old antenna out for this, whichever game they're going to have on the ABC. But Tennessee will play at Miami. A big push. All right, 511 yards is what Tyreek Hill needs to get to 2,000 yards. Think about it. They could have the last week a bye week. It probably started last week with the Commanders with his 2 touchdowns and all of his yards. But you can expect the Dolphins to make a push for Tyreek to get to that 2,000-yard mark. Mike McDaniel he's the kind of coach that's going to want Tyreek to get 2,000 yards. So Tyreek early, often, and a lot potentially tomorrow night against Tennessee. So keep that in mind with the Tyreek props. His baseline receiving props, 109.5 yards. So how about that? And I'd still expect that to fly over. Green Bay are at the New York Giants. They lay 6.5 and 36.5. Green Bay is a good story here as of late in the last few weeks. Big wins over the Lions, the Chiefs, and now they'll take their act on the road to the Giants and Tommy DeVito. The Giants catching just about a full touchdown and extra point at home. They catch the 6.5 anyway, over under 36.5. Weather should not be an issue in either two of these games. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, and then we'll go ahead and get our man Dave Del Grande in here. And we have some good numbers as well for the division winners. And we'll go through those numbers through the course of the morning as well. But right now, we have the Dolphins at 9-3, Bills at 6-6. So a full 3-game lead. But you got to remember, the Bills beat the Dolphins already. So if they can beat them again, that will kind of wipe out well, they'll get the tiebreaker is what will happen if they can somehow try to win out here. And the Dolphins do play the Cowboys, as do the Bills. But probably too much of a lead here from 9-3 for the Bills to salvage the division title. But we shall see. Crazier things have happened for sure. In the AFC North, we have the Ravens 2 full games ahead of the Browns, 2.5 now over the Steelers after they fumbled their way to a loss against the Patriots on Thursday night. Bengals at 6-6 as well. So all those teams 500 or better in the AFC North. Tight division race in the AFC South. Jacksonville's 8-4. The Colts 7-5. Texans 7-5. AFC West. Chiefs 8-4. The Broncos sneakily right there, 2 games back at 6-6. And the Broncos do have a win over the Chiefs already. So if they were able to get one more, that would be huge in terms of maybe Denver stealing that division. Eagles 10-2, Cowboys 9-3. So a lot on the line tonight in Dallas when these two meet up. Cowboys now winners of 4 in a row. How about that? Lions are 9-3. Minnesota and Green Bay both at 6-6. So basically, Detroit has that same lead Miami does. They just need to try to coast it home here and wrap up the division. Maybe even get some rest if you can win by multiple games, right? Towards the end of the season, which that will do any team well. NFC South, your top team. Now, we mentioned everyone in the AFC North is 500 or better. Everyone in the NFC South is 500 or worse. 6-6 for Atlanta. Buccaneers and Saints both 5-7. In the NFC West, 49ers 9-3. They have that same comfortable lead over the Rams and Seahawks. Both of those teams 6-6. And you can pretty much put a bow on that division today if the 49ers can beat the Seahawks at home and the Rams do not have any success in Baltimore. You would be looking at a 4-game lead with just 4 weeks left to play. So the 49ers can clinch that division as soon as next week. All right. As far as the playoffs go, as that's becoming important, and again, we'll go through all those numbers this morning. The Dolphins would be your 1 seed. The Ravens would be 2. Kansas City would be 3. Jacksonville would be your 4th. Cleveland would be in that number 5 seed right now. The Colts would be 6. The Texans would be 7. And then all within a game are the Steelers, Broncos, Bengals, and Bills. 2 games back, Chargers and Raiders. All right, so tight still there in the AFC. In the NFC, your top seed would be the Eagles. Right now, a lot pending tonight with the game at Dallas. As we said, the 49ers would be your number 2. Detroit would be your number 3, but they both have 9-3 records. All right, so Detroit could find themselves in a number 2 spot when it's all said and done. But Niners and Lions both 9-3. The Falcons at 6-6 would be your 4th. The Cowboys at 9-3 would be your 5 seed. Again, the division winner is awarded a home game. So it doesn't matter if you have a better record as a wild card. So Cowboys 9-3, likely having to go on the road if everything were to end like this. Green Bay and Minnesota, both at 6-6, would be your playoff teams. But right there tied. And this is with tiebreakers, but right now with the same record at 6-6, right there knocking on the door are Seattle and the Rams. All right, so big games on their end today for sure. The Buccaneers at 5-7 are a game back. The Saints at 5-7 are a game back, and 2 games back for the Giants, Bears, Commanders 2.5 games back. They are on the bye this week, the Commanders and the Cardinals. So moral of the story is this is wide open in the NFC. So all these teams have a lot to play for. All right, do we have any line movement here in just the last few minutes? And we'll go ahead and get Mr. Dave Del Grande up here in a second. Let me just kind of peruse through the lines. It looks like everything is still the same. And again, the weather games today will be in the Meadowlands with the Jets and the Texans. And the other main one will be with the Ravens and the Rams. Going to get a little bit of a break on the weather with the Bears, Lions, Browns, Jaguars, and the Cincinnati game, where those are projected to be bad weather games earlier in the week. Not so much now. Really, the focus needs to be in Baltimore and with the Texans and the Jets in the Meadowlands. All right, so let's get our man in here from the West Coast. And we will go commercial free for this. He is a columnist at Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, the founder of MrFantasy.com. Brilliant as always. And I am talking about my man, Dave Del Grande. All right. You know, I'd like to throw you big curveballs out of the gate, right?
Oh, I'm looking for off speed.
Okay. This is completely off speed. Can you name me the college football national champion in 1919?
Army.
Well, controversy has always been here in college football because in 1919, Army did not win, but we had a five-way national champion with Harvard, a four-way, Harvard, Illinois, Notre Dame, and Texas A&M.
That's only four.
That's four. Yes, four teams. Yeah, not a five-way, a four-way. So Harvard, Illinois, Notre Dame, and Texas A&M. If you go to the years after, several years we have one or two national champions. And then in the more recent times, and what we'll remember is Alabama and Southern Cal in 1978. You may recall that. I'm not sure. 1990, Colorado, Georgia Tech. Washington and Miami in 1991. The BCS born from the split title of Michigan and Nebraska in 1997. But the BCS doesn't go without controversy. If you remember in 2003 with LSU and Southern California both getting a share of the votes. So we've had this kind of dealio for a long time. So two-part question for you. The four teams that they've come up with here to play in the playoff, do you agree with it? Who's the wrong team? If not, who's the if there's another team besides Florida State who's worthy, we're not mentioning them. And then just overall, and since I've been following college football, I guess I'll give myself credit until the early 80s. There's always been something. It's almost like this is the most inept sideshow of sports overseeing ever, and it still doesn't seem to be right until finally they'll do a 12-game playoff next year. So what's your take on this whole college thing?
Well, you're bound to have problems when you don't guarantee the conference champion a spot in your playoffs. Now, I know it's awkward because there's 5 big conferences. And so what do? You can't have a 5-team playoff, although I guess you could. But there's got to be, I mean, the simplest way to do this, in my opinion, and putting a more significance on although there was a lot of significance on the conference championship games for most teams, certainly for Florida State there wasn't. But I think if they had just considered the 5 conference champions this year, and then decided, okay, well, the 5th best team is whoever they would choose. Now, I think if they went that route and they took a closer look at the conferences themselves, you would have seen that the Pac-12 this year was vastly overrated. They went into this season with USC expected to be a title contender. Obviously, Washington and Oregon are, for years have been good. But Utah this year, which has won the conference title a couple years in a row, they had a bunch of injuries. They weren't nearly as good. Obviously, USC was borderline terrible this year. UCLA got no traction all year. All of a sudden, you saw in this conference, Oregon State, Arizona, and Washington State moving up and getting nice national rankings. But think about that. That Oregon State, Washington State, and Arizona, these are not good football programs. And yet them moving up kind of tells you, wow, this conference was really bad this year. And if you look at their non-conference schedule, it's pretty amazing because Washington played nobody. Oregon played nobody. And the best non-conference win from the entire Pac-12 conference this year was Utah's win over Florida.
Right.
And so that basically is nothing. And we're not even counting Utah because Utah had a bad year. I mean, the committee could get together and say, you know what? The Pac-12 is not worthy. I don't care that they got a team that's 13-0. They played nobody in the preseason. They were a 9-point underdog in their own title game. How good can this team be? And maybe you come to the conclusion that, you know what, Washington is out. And we're going to put the other 4 teams in there. But would that have happened? I doubt it. But my biggest problem with this whole thing is when they created, I've never been a fan of the AP poll. I mean, less so of the coaches poll. The coaches poll has been a joke over the years.
Right.
The AP poll, which is done by sports writers, my fellow sports writers, and they try hard. But the problem is they have jobs. They don't have time to be studying, what's happening at Florida State, what's happening at LSU, what's happening at Georgia Tech. I mean, they just don't have the time to really put into it. So you see from week to week a lot of changes in these polls where it's like, whoa, excuse me, why is this happening? Why was this team so highly regarded? Before last week, they lost one game, and now you're totally disregarding them. And I just thought there was a lot of overreaction to results where the writers hadn't seen the game, hadn't really studied the game, just basically went on a score. I thought this new committee was a very good idea. They brought in people who were actually going to put, I don't want to say full-time attention, but it had to be a very, very high priority on their plate. And so every poll that they did, every set of rankings was highly thought out, debated. It was almost like it was the final poll, but it wasn't. It was just week to week. And so you could really trust what it said from week to week. Well, going into the last week of the season, you had Florida State, ahead of several teams, right?
Right.
And you had Ohio State ahead of Texas and Alabama. And it's like, okay, so what happened in the final week of the season where Texas and Alabama jumped over Ohio State?
Right.
Well, Alabama beat Georgia. Okay, that's a reason to move them up. That's the best win in all of college football this year. They deserve to move ahead of Ohio State. But why did Texas move ahead of Ohio State? They played. I mean, Florida State you downgraded based on the fact that they beat Louisville unimpressively in their conference championship game. But Louisville was a far better team than the team that Texas played in their championship game and allowed 24 points to. I mean, Texas did nothing in their championship game that said, you know what, they deserve to move up. And so my opinion is if this committee which put all their time and effort into this thing, decided a week ago that Ohio State deserved to be ahead of Texas, then you know what? In the final rankings, Ohio State should still be ahead of Texas. And that to me made no sense. I mean, clearly Texas rode on Alabama's coattails.
Right.
Well, we beat Alabama, so we deserve to be ahead of them. Well, you know what? That's one game. And that's bad thinking because, one game is important. But we don't just look at one game. We look at the entire season. And Alabama has a better win. Their best win, this win over Georgia, is better than your best win, which is over Alabama. So Alabama deserves to be ahead of you just based on that. Then the fact that Alabama plays in this monster conference where Texas plays in this conference that had their second best team was Oklahoma State. This is a terrible team. There's no way Texas should be in there. They're only in there because they're riding Alabama's coattails, and that's wrong. That's it's not. These rankings don't have a single tiebreaker that says, well, if you beat this other team, you're automatically ahead of them. No, that's not the way it works. We're trying to get the best teams here, and so, I know I'm rambling here, but
I love it. There's so much to go.
There's a lot to this.
There's a ton.
To me, it's like where the committee failed us. It was, and I think the committee should be embarrassed because the committee failed us because they didn't tell us, their criteria. Why is this team ahead of this other team? I mean, what are we trying to find here? Are we trying to get the best four teams? The best four teams? Well, if so, let's bring in some people who can really tell us who the best four teams are. Let's bring in some NFL talent evaluators, who do this for a living, and they can say, well, I'll tell you right now, the four best teams in the country are Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, and Michigan.
Right.
They have all the pro prospects.
How about odds makers?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's another aspect of it. But it's like, you want the four best teams? Those are your four best teams. They have all the talent. Okay. Well, so, if that's really what you want, or do you want, the team that's playing the best right now, or the team that's got the best, full menu of things. I mean, they used a different criteria for Texas, which they moved up based on the fact that Texas became the only reason you would move Texas up in the rankings and going into that final week was because they won their conference championship. Okay, that is an accomplishment, no question about it. And maybe you deserve to, be moved up based on that. But Florida State won their conference championship. They beat a better team than Texas beat. And so why aren't they being rewarded for the same reason you're rewarding Texas? In fact, Florida State should be rewarded more so because they beat a better team. Why are they moving behind? It just doesn't make any sense. And so much of, the controversy was over, should Alabama have gotten in or should Florida State have gotten in? And I think it took away from the fact that Texas is your team that doesn't belong. Why is Texas in there? I mean, because they beat Alabama? They were in a terrible conference this year. And, again, you look at who'd be favored if Texas played Georgia? Well, there's no question Georgia would be favored in that game, right? Who'd be favored if Texas played Ohio State? Ohio State would be favored in that game. I mean, Texas is not one of the top four teams. They didn't, they don't have the substance to their resume that says they should be in there. I just think that, they beat Alabama. That's not good enough. That's not good enough to get you in here when we're supposed to be looking at everything. Or if we're not supposed to be looking at everything, then tell us we're not supposed to be looking at everything, and what are we supposed to be looking at? And I just think the committee, failed us on telling us, being more transparent about, here's why, the team. Here's why we moved Texas ahead of Ohio State. Here's why some of these other things happen. Here's why we like Washington, even though they haven't beaten anybody all season. And if they played Oregon again, they'd be underdog again. And so I don't know. To me, the committee, I'd fire every member of the committee.
Shouldn't the committee meeting be on TV?
Well, no. There's too much. Especially in today's society, do you really want to be, imagine being on that committee, right?
Right.
Imagine me being on that committee and me taking a stance against Texas. Would I, A, live for another week, B, have my email and, I'd have, Texas, my house would be colored orange by, Texas boots. You can't, everywhere I go, there's the guy that voted against Texas, no, you can't, no, that would be a very bad idea. And then what would end up happening is that, you would be very cautious with what you said.
Right.
And that's, we want the opposite. We want people to take a stance and really, argue it out. And I'm sure there are arguments. They talk about there being arguments, but I just wonder if they should, to me, the second to last poll is when where they should have debated, why are we putting Ohio State where we're putting them, and why are we putting Florida State ahead of these teams? I think their problem was they thought if we move Florida State down today, again a week ago, if we move them below these teams where we think they belong below Ohio State, Texas, and Alabama. And if we move them below these teams a week early, they would have taken an incredible amount of abuse. Now they're taking it after the fact, but now they've all gone on vacation. Now they don't exist anymore. So the one person who stand to left answer the questions is the committee chairman. If they had done that a week earlier, everybody on the committee would have spent the entire week being bombarded with, what are you doing? You're crazy. Why are you moving Florida State down? And so I think they went into that saying, you know what? Let's just pray Florida State loses to Louisville. Or Texas loses to Oklahoma. Let's hope this thing sorts itself out before we have to make this controversial move. Because we all know next week we're going to move Florida State down below these teams. But we can't do that today. It'll be bad PR for us. Let's just hope next week, just pray Florida State loses. And I think they went into that last week all rooting against Florida State, or at least that they would look bad. And it didn't happen. Maybe they looked bad. I don't know, you could say that or not say that, but they didn't lose. And when that ended up happening, they went back to the meeting and they said, oh boy, okay, let's move Florida State down like we all, figured last week we were going to do. And then 12 of the 13 members of the committee went up to the chairman and said, okay, hey, good luck. Good luck answering these questions. I'm out of here. That to me was, what ended up causing this problem. If you had moved Florida State down the week before, then, the way it ended up would have been fine. I still would have put Ohio State in ahead of Texas, but at least then the controversy over Florida State would have dissolved, but by waiting for that last week, then, everything hit the fan all at the same time. And, they made a big blunder there.
At any point, and all these teams are jumping conference to the Big Ten and the SEC. And you just kind of mentioned how the Pac-12 was overrated. Obviously, the Big 12 was not a good conference. But the love affair with just the SEC and the Big Ten in recent years, yes, you have the good teams like in Ohio State, Alabama, LSU, Georgia, whatever, winning the national champions. But, man, those conferences still have a lot of bad teams. At any point, has that love affair with these two conferences been exhausting to you or anything? I know I get sick of hearing about how great the SEC is anyway.
Well, no. I mean, I think how can you dispute it? I mean, the SEC teams, you just go down the list. If you compare the SEC with any other conference other than the Big Ten, and you say, okay, compare Georgia to Washington. Well, Georgia's better than that. Compare Alabama to Oregon. Well, Alabama's better than that. Compare LSU to God knows who was the number 3 team in the Pac-12 this year, Arizona. Oh man, that's not even close. Then you go to the 4th team, the 5th team. I just think all the way down the line, it's quite possible the SEC would sweep, 12 straight matchups. Final day of the Ryder Cup.
Right, interesting.
Every individual matchup. I just think the SEC, and next year it's going to be even, they take the 2 best teams out of the Big 12, they move them to the SEC. And so the SEC is going to be even stronger next year. They take, 4 of the top teams out of the Pac-12, they move them to the Big 10. The Big 10 is going to have greater depth next year. I mean, these other conferences, well, Pac-12 isn't even going to exist anymore. But the ACC and the Big 12, they might as well not even exist anymore. I mean, they're not nearly on the same level, especially moving forward as some of these other conferences. Now, will the conferences look the same 2-3 years from now? I doubt it. I mean, Florida State's talking about moving. Other teams are. What are the? You look at you're a mid-level Big 10 team like Iowa, and now you're looking at your conference. You used to think of, well, we got Michigan, we got Ohio State, we got Penn State. Well, we can still win our. They're all in the East. We can still win our Western Division and make the title game. Well, now. Now you added 4 more really good teams to the equation. Now they got no chance. Heck, they don't even have a chance of being a 500 team in the conference. And the same with Purdue and even Wisconsin, which has had a nice run. Well, why would those teams want to stick around? I mean, I understand there's more to the conference than just football, but football's the king. So why wouldn't Iowa move to the Big 12? Iowa moves to the Big 12, they immediately become the best team. They move into the same conference with Iowa State, their rival. Wisconsin can move in there as well. I mean, geographically, they're a nice fit. So I think there's, these mid-level teams, and even the SEC that now has Texas and Oklahoma. Well, what are the Mississippi schools thinking? What is, Tennessee and, some of these other teams that, could compete at that level. But now there's just 2 more losses on your schedule. God, we got to get out of here. We got to get to the ACC where we got a chance. I just think that there's going to be a lot more movement And that's why I was disappointed in Cal and Stanford leaving the Pac-12, because I think that the Pac-12, given another couple of years, could redefine itself. They weren't getting, Washington and Oregon and USC and UCLA back, but they could recruit some of these other schools. Why wouldn't some of these schools now in the Big 12, which becomes a complete non-entity without Oklahoma and Texas, why wouldn't they join the Pac-12? Make kind of a super conference out of it. I think that was very much a possibility. I just think that 2-3 years from now it's going to look completely different than it does now. So don't get married to anything you see next year.
Yeah, I would expect a lot more change too. Literally 5 years from now, I mean, everything could be completely different from what it is right now.
Well, plus Notre Dame,
right? Big wild card. Yep.
They hold the key. And to me, of all schools in the country, Notre Dame is most associated, most tied in with, most married to, however you want to say it, to Stanford. If Stanford has the power to get Notre Dame to do things that nobody else does, and heck, I wouldn't have put it past Notre Dame to join the Pac-12, to join Stanford, bring Purdue with you, and get the Pac-12 back up and running big time again. But they were impatient. We got to go for the money. The money's going to dry up after next year. We got to go for the money. We got to go to the ACC. And I don't know. I just think that I think there was the potential for big time change moving forward. And I think that's going to be a reality in the next couple of years. Heck, how far away are we from there's the AFC of college football is, below the below the Mason-Dixon line, and the NFC of college football is above the Mason-Dixon line. We have two conferences, the Big 12, the Big 10, which now has 35 teams, and the SEC, which now has 38 teams. And you just have two conferences, battle it out, and and have your kind of like a state playoffs. Northern California has state playoffs. Southern California has their state playoffs. Tomorrow night, Mater Dei is playing Sarah for the California championship. That's what I see college football headed toward. The Big Ten is going to have a champion among their 35 teams. The SEC is going to have a champion among their 38 teams, and they're going to meet for the championship at the end. And there's going to be no controversy over that. But how far down the line is that? I don't think it's that far away.
Wow. All right. Good stuff. We'll pay attention to that as we go through the years coming up. Let's revisit Tyreek Hill, because we've lobbied for him to be MVP in the past, admitting that there's probably no shot because it's going to go to a quarterback. Renewed the steam on that a couple weeks back. Everyone should really be taking a real hard look at this guy, and throw McCaffrey in this conversation as well. Is everyone nationwide kind of feeling this? They should take consideration. And now here we are. I feel like there's real steam for Tyreek Hill now, and a real narrative out there in the public. So do you share that sentiment with Tyreek gaining steam? Maybe this is the year that we kick the quarterback to the curb here with the MVP.
Yes. I think that I'm not a big believer in the fact that, the quarterbacks always win. Well, I don't think when the voters go into making a decision like that, they think, well, I'm only going to consider quarterbacks because, quarterbacks always win this thing. It's kind of similar to baseball, where a pitcher never wins the MVP. But I'll tell you what, when a pitcher's worthy to win the MVP, he's going to be considered. He's not going to be dismissed because he's a pitcher. I just think the voters are bolder these days maybe than they were in the past. I don't think they care about tradition. I think they want to get it right. And I think Tyreek Hill is going to be I still think he can win. And for two reasons. Number one, he's having obviously a great season. Number two is the competition isn't great. There's a big movement for Brock Purdy to win MVP.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. Right. He's having a real good season. He's not even the best player on the team. But yet, his stats are the best of the quarterbacks. Well, part of that is because, the usual candidates aren't having a great season. You don't have Aaron Rodgers to consider anymore. You don't have Brady to consider anymore. Mahomes is not having a great season. Josh Allen is not having a great season. Burrow is injured. Lamar Jackson, all right, he's probably a candidate, but his numbers don't jump off the page at you. And so it's wide open, in my opinion, among the quarterbacks who's going to win. I still think Jalen Hurts is going to be in there if Philadelphia can wind up the number one seed. If Philly beats Dallas this week and ends up going on and being the number one seed, I think he'll get strong consideration.
Right.
But that just kind of shows, man, the door is wide open for somebody else to come in if someone were worthy. Well, crying out loud, there may never have been anybody more worthy among the non-quarterbacks than this wide receiver. He's unstoppable. He's the most feared guy in pro football I've seen in a long time. And even still, you think, well, Bill Belichick, he plays him twice a year. He'll figure out how to slow this guy down. But he slowed this guy down. If he keeps this up, I think he's going to win. I think he should win. I think he's going to win.
Yeah, all right. Good odds for Tyreek still, plus 1,600 still if you want him to get the MVP. McCaffrey is right in that neighborhood as well at this point. And you're right.
Well, I think there's a difference there, though, because McCaffrey has lost a little steam. But he plays on a better team.
Yeah, there's so many other players, right?
And become the number one team in the NFC. And, you go down to, best player on the best team principle. Then McCaffrey, will be considered. But like I said, Purdy has gotten a lot of steam there as well. And so I think that, I don't see them coexisting as candidates. Some people are going to vote for McCaffrey. Some people are going to vote for Purdy. That's going to hurt both of them, as opposed to Hill. Hill is just far and away the best player on his team. And, it would help if Miami went on, finished off a nice season. I don't know that they necessarily need to be the number one seed in the East, but if they were, I think that would be the cherry on top.
Okay. Prop wise for Tyreek Hill, he's 519 yards away from 2,000. Do you see an effort to get him there? I mean, should we start playing these Tyreek props? They love to throw to him. He gets the ball a lot already. So just by nature of that, I think he's going to get to 2,000. But do you see them trying to get this done sooner than later? Maybe could you start playing these alternate numbers a little bit over on Hill, knowing that they're going to try to force him to 2,000 potentially?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it that they'll make an effort to get him there. And the thing, that supports, your stance there, that now's the time to buy in on this, is the fact that if he goes into the final week of the season and he's 100 yards away and Miami has clinched the number one seed, or Miami's, locked into playoff position, your stereotypical, we're not going to play anybody in the final week of the season. Well, then you're stuck. Then you can't, make it a priority to get him his number, because you don't, imagine you play him in a meaningless game in the last week of the season in order to help him get this milestone, and then he gets injured and your season is shot. You can't afford to do that. And so the effort to get him there has got to start now, and maybe has already started last week with his game. Because if he can, if he goes for 125 to 150 every week, these next 3 or 4 weeks, well, then he's going to be there. I mean, he could reach, what's it going to take, 130 yards a game to get there before even the final game of the season. And so why not go for it? And last week, classic example, they really didn't need him to have a monster game last week against an overmatched opponent, but they kept throwing to him. And this week, this week's opponent isn't as bad, but isn't good either. And this is another game where they could get significantly ahead. And you say, well, why aren't they running the ball? Well, they'd like Tyreek Hill to get his 150 yards this week and move that much closer to avoid this possible, last week dilemma that they might have. So, yes, I think it's a very, very realistic part of their game plan, effective immediately.
And I think the odds makers say it all for sure, because his over-under this week against Tennessee on Monday night is 109.5 yards. And that just tells you he's going to get there. I think sometimes, like you said it before, once you see a number, you're like, wow, that's high. But that's telling you that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
Except in the Thursday night over-under.
Right.
But no, I agree with that. It's like, they know everybody thinks he's, he's good for over 100 yards, this week. They know everybody's going to be looking to take the over. They jack the number up. But there's a reason everybody thinks he's going over 100 yards, because he always does. And now there's even more incentive for it. That's, I take the over on that total.
Yeah. I think I'm definitely going to play it. Okay. Let me make you the NFL committee. You're sitting in your room in Castro Valley, California. You get a chance to pick 2 different teams that will answer all your questions of the world to play each other. So this doesn't have to be the 2 best teams, maybe 2 teams you're trying to figure out in your head still at week 14. But what 2 teams would you pair up against each other now to give yourself the ultimate enlightenment about them?
Oh, okay. So these are not 2 teams I'd like to see play in the Super Bowl. These are 2 teams I'd like to pair this
week.
Sure.
Why not?
To identify who they are.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a darn good question.
Yes.
I mean, to me, the biggest question mark in all of football right now is Baltimore.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
And how good are they? The AFC is not strong at the top. We've seen Jacksonville go from, hey, they got they're the number 1 seed, and then 15 minutes later they're losing to Cincinnati. And so Kansas City's hanging around there, even though they're not having a great season. Cincinnati's fallen off the map. Buffalo's fallen off the map. So who is this team in the AFC? Is there a team out there where the one team where you would say, man, we don't want to play them in the playoffs? And I think if you ask that right now, most people would say Kansas City, but not because Kansas City is really good this year. It's just because they have that tradition that, they get it done once the playoffs start. But I think Baltimore is the team that they could be the most feared team in the AFC if they can keep it up. So I put them in this game and say, show me what you got, Baltimore. We're putting you up against an elite team here, and let's see what you got. On the other side of it, I think I'd have to put Dallas in this game because
that'd be a good game.
That'd
be a good game.
Yeah, we know what the 49ers and the Eagles are all about. They're going to be there. They're going to be tough outs. And if they're on opposite sides of the bracket in the NFC playoffs, that you got to beat both of them to get to the Super Bowl, well, good luck. Probably not going to happen. But Dallas is the one team that could possibly do that. Dallas on their good days obviously is really, really good, and on their bad days is really, really bad. We'll see this week how they stand up to Philadelphia. But before this game, when you look at Dallas, you say, well, they played the 49ers, they got blown out. They played Philadelphia, and they were competitive, but they lost that game as well. How really good is Dallas? And so let's put them in this game against Baltimore, and let's see who's the team that's standing at the end. And if it's Baltimore, they're now the AFC favorite. And if it's Dallas, then you know what? We got to consider them on the same line as Philadelphia and San Francisco. So that's my matchup.
I would say, tell me if I'm close. I would make Dallas a 3-point favorite in that game, and I would make the over-under 45.
Well, depends where the game was played. I mean, we've seen Dallas is a great home team and not a good road team. Great turf team, not a good grass team. So if you put this game, you played this game at Tampa Bay,
right?
I think that that would hurt Dallas. I think that the game would become more of a pick'em. You put this game on a wet field, cold weather site. You throw this game to Lambeau Field. I think Baltimore becomes the favorite because they're more of that. They're kind of a down and dirty kind of team that's going to beat you with their defense and cause mistakes. So I think that would be a big factor there. But I would think the game would be close to a pick'em, and I do think it would be a rather high-scoring game. I think both these teams have, again, on a fast field, I think both these teams have a lot of speed and a lot of ability to, even defensively, special teams. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of potential excitement out there. I think it would be a high-scoring, fun game.
Okay, week 14, our two teams on the bye are the Washington Commanders and the Arizona Cardinals. That's going to be good for me in the sense that the Cardinals knocked me out of Survivor last week with Pittsburgh. Wouldn't have mattered anyway because my other choice would have been Jacksonville on Monday night. So I ended the pain early on that one, which was a fun game on Monday night, by the way. Over the total was great. But let's get to it. Let's get to the slate, and we'll have the Ravens first. They host our NFC West buddies, the Rams. And I think you already answered the question here, but I'm going to say it like this. Yes, it's going to be wet, up to 3 inches of rain, potentially, they're saying, on Sunday in the Baltimore area. Winds too, up to 30 miles per hour, potentially. This is a finesse team, the Rams. They have not traveled well. The one wet game they played up in Green Bay was not pretty, although they didn't have Stafford for that either. The Ravens are a running team, nitty gritty, downright dirty, just like you said. They're gonna, they got the complete game plan to and the dynamic to stop the kind of a finesse type of team like the Rams. But the Rams have been very impressive to me here the last few weeks. In fact, out-physicaling Cleveland two at times, a physical Cleveland team last week at SoFi Stadium. Now, this is going to be two different animals for sure, and now they have to go across country. We know the Rams travel bad this season. They get pounded. But this number of 7.5 just seems a little too high for me. Now, yes, this could be blowout city. The Ravens do what they did to the Lions. I could see that for sure. But Stafford he's a seasoned veteran. Now, Nakua, he's got some toughness. The kid gets hurt. He's holding his arm. He looks like he's done for weeks, and he comes back in the game for me last week. I was rooting for him to get one more touchdown, big time. So there's some toughness to the Rams too. I think this is a good game, and I'm not so sure the Ravens are going to whitewash the Rams here. I think this is going to be the Rams' best road effort of the season. There's going to be a lot of weather, so this could feasibly keep it close as well. I expect a good, close game here. I'm not so sure the Rams can pull an outright upset, but I wouldn't doubt it. You talked about Lamar Jackson's numbers not being what they are. He's only accounted for 4 touchdowns in the last month. That's a stat I grabbed earlier today. So I'm going to say a closer game here. You're probably going to like the Ravens to handle things easily, I'm going to guess. But what do you got?
I share your respect for the Rams. I think they've been, probably the biggest surprise in my mind in the entire season. We talked at the beginning of the year about how many games going into the season is going to take them to win a game.
Right.
And all of a sudden, here they are still in the playoff race. I think they're the type of team that shouldn't really be impacted that much by the weather. Now, that's unusual to say for a team that plays all their home games indoors and doesn't even need to because, the weather's fine. But they're a very, very controlled passing team. A lot of short passes, a lot of quick ins, throw the ball to the back. I don't see them, they're not a team that's, has the quarterback dropping back and throwing 30 yards down the field and the wind's blowing the ball and it goes right to the other team. They're, they can overcome elements like this and be effective offensively. I'm not saying they're going to put up a lot of points in this game, but I do think that their passing game can be effective, even in bad weather. And I don't know, they've been competitive. I think they can hang in this game. I think this will probably be a relatively low-scoring game, and that'll probably be won by Jackson. I mean, I think that the worse the weather is, the more he's going to have to do it himself, running the ball. If I looked at anything in this game, I would look at Jackson. He's got to carry the ball this game at least 10 times. I think he's going to go over his rushing total.
47.5 is that number.
And I think he's, to me, the most logical guy to score a touchdown in this game as well. But like I said, I think it's going to be a relatively low-scoring game, so I'm not sure I want to bank anything on somebody scoring a touchdown. So my top 2 projections for this game, other than that I think it's going to be relatively low scoring, is I take Jackson over his rushing total, and I take Jackson to score a touchdown.
Over under 47.5 for him. His anytime touchdown for Lamar Jackson is plus 165. And if you want him for 2, because he hasn't done that, 12-1. So that's not a bad number for him to score 2, to be honest. We talked about Pacheco's stock being up, and it's shown on the field too. They give him the ball. He's been scoring touchdowns. But how about Kyren Williams? I feel like he's on the same path as Pacheco. This guy seems to be running really, really good every week. His over under 71.5 here. I could see him getting that.
That's the kind of thing that I think could be impacted by the weather. What kind of experience does he have playing in weather like this? Do we know?
Good point. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I mean, is he someone who fast track? he does things, and maybe he's not a slopper. Baltimore's got a good defense. I don't know. I just see the Rams, and I agree with what you're saying about him. He's been, I'd put him way ahead of Pacheco, in terms of, future, future talent, future, numbers in the NFL.
Notre Dame running back, so he's played in the elements.
I'm not convinced that this is a good matchup for him all the way around.
All right. Notre Dame, so he's played in some elements. You got to figure, at least. All right. Plus 135 for a touchdown for him. In any case, I think a good game, though, here in Baltimore. Okay. That's it for our NFC, AFC West guys at the 1 o'clock window. So let's do a pit stop and try to find the fun game. Of course, weather's going to impact Houston and the Jets, it looks like, the Detroit, Chicago game, Jacksonville, Cleveland. Carolina and the Saints won't be a fun game. We can just agree on that, I think. But I think a real good potential, fun, high-scoring game with the Colts and the Bengals. I really like this, what Browning was able to give Cincinnati on Monday night. I mean, he looked like a seasoned veteran, but maybe the Jacksonville defense will make you do that as well, as their ball was moving up and down the field in that game. But the Colts, you said it, they play a lot of high-scoring games. Here they are on the road in Cincinnati. So 43.5 seems low to me in that game. Do you agree?
Yes. Although the Colts games tend to be higher scoring at home than on the road. But I was very impressed with Cincinnati. I thought the quarterback did an incredibly good job having Higgins out there with Chase.
Right.
And, they still got their nice little running game going. I had completely written Cincinnati off, and I still don't really think they're going anywhere. But they have some life, and they're the better team in this game. And they're at home. They're riding a little momentum here. I think I don't see the Colts slowing them down, and I'm not sure the Colts could match points on the road either with Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati, should be a significant favorite in this game, and I'd stay away from everything Colts-wise in this game.
And the one tricky thing about Cincinnati is they could spread the ball around to anyone, too. So they could dilute numbers. But let's just take a look at Jamar Chase, because he's been really good, actually. 125 for him for a touchdown. So I could see that for sure again. And then let's see what his receiving yards are. They're probably pretty high. Not too bad. 68.5. I could see those both going over for sure.
I agree. With Boyd is injured, their tight end is injured. I think their receiving options are less than they normally would be. And normally I would agree with you there that they do spread the ball around a lot. I think their options are less. You'd say, well, that just means you're going to put more defensive focus on Chase. But Indy's not a good defensive team. And like I said, I think the quarterback's playing with a little confidence. I think Chase can be a big game breaker in this game. And I agree with you. I think the 68.5 yards seems awfully low to me.
At 36.5 for T. Higgins sounds low as well. I would take a look at that over too. All right. Anything for the non-greedy ticket? The non-greedy ticket being the layups that Dave Del Grande perceives and likes for our plays.
Well,
anything so far?
I mean, I see two guys already. I mean, I want a piece of Jackson against the Rams, and I want a piece of Chase against the Colts. I think of the non-greedy part, I would take both of them over their yardage total.
Okay, so
Jackson
Chase
over his rushing total, Chase over his receiving total.
All right, so non-greedy ticket, we're starting it up. Jamar Chase over 68.5 yards, and Lamar Jackson over 47.5 rushing yards for him. All right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. The other 1 o'clock game, I could see points in because the Mercedes Dome is well known for its points. And It's not like we have two dome teams here. This is an NFC South game. And this game did go under the last time that they played in Tampa, but they had 800 yards of offense. They just couldn't get into the end zone when it came down to it. But the Buccaneers and the Falcons, over under 40.5. I think that's low this week. Do you agree with that?
I mean,
Tougher
the
one,
Falcons'
yeah.
home games have been high scoring, but I don't trust Tampa Bay's offense. It just seems that White carries the ball 20 times for 60 yards. They're able to move the chains. They're not really getting, as Evans used to be more of a big play receiver. Now he has some decent games, but more times than not, he's not having big numbers. Atlanta's more of a running team. I don't know. I'm staying away from that. I do like one. I think to me, there's two other games here that are interesting. But one of them where an individual performer really stands out and definitely needs to be on.
Yeah. All right. What is it? What do you got?
It would be the Saints.
Okay.
The Saints. I mean, Carolina obviously is arguably the worst team in the league. The Saints are in must-win mode. But the key to this game to me is, number one, that you've got a quarterback for the Saints coming back from a concussion. So you'd want, in a game that you expect to win, you'd want to err on the side of caution, run the ball more. Secondly, you've got Taysom Hill injured. And I don't know if he's playing this week or not. He hasn't been practicing. And if you take him out of the equation, that means Kamara gets all the short-term, touchdowns. And again, on a team where I don't think they're going to, they've got receiver issues. I think they're going to run the ball a lot. You don't have, like I said, if Hill's not playing, you got 6 or 8 extra carries, for somebody. And Kamara's really building up to this. He's running a lot. He's catching passes. I mean, to me, he's got to be the most logical guy of anybody on the board this week to score a touchdown. Maybe the most logical guy to score 2 touchdowns. He's definitely got to be on our ticket. There's many ways you could be. I think his rushing total is going to be high. I think his receiving total is going to be high, and I think his touchdown total is going to be high. But in his case, I would take the touchdowns before I take the other things.
Minus 140 for Kamara for 1, plus 450 for 2. His receiving yards number 34.5, and his rushing prop number 61.5. So green light on all of that.
Yes. I mean, I think the plus 4, first of all, on our non-greedy ticket, take him at minus 140 to score a touchdown. But on our greedy ticket,
right.
I think plus 450 to score 2 touchdowns is a really nice price.
All right. Alvin Kamara. All right. I'm going to have to, my first notes of the week here on week 14.
And then the other game that I like,
what is it?
I'd like to, call me crazy, but the game that I'd actually like to watch among all the games going on in the morning out here in the West is Houston and the Jets.
Right.
I think it's very intriguing that the Jets are going back to Wilson quarterback. But at the same time, I think Houston's defense is bad enough that Wilson could have a good game.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jets, Breece Hall is injured, or not necessarily out of this game, but hasn't been practicing. I don't think their running game is up to speed. I think Wilson's going to have to throw the ball a lot, which you can do against Houston. I think that if you look back at Wilson's season this year, he sneakily has some decent rushing numbers. So I think on a game where I think they're going to throw the ball a lot, there can be a lot of passing situations. I think he's going to scramble a lot. I think his rushing number is going to be very high in this game. And on Houston's side of the ball, Houston, of course, they've got injuries as well. Their tight end, who's a key player for them, is out. Tank Dell is, who's the top receiver.
I actually shed a little bit of a tear for Tank Dell.
Right. But, they've got Noah Brown back. And while he didn't have, any kind of numbers last week, he did play a lot. And now he's obviously going to play quite a bit. It's easier to pass the ball on the Jets than it is to run on them. I think that, I think Noah Brown, has the potential to have a nice game here as well. So I think there's a couple interesting aspects of this game that I'd look at. I'm curious to hear the numbers on Wilson's rushing and Noah Brown's receiving.
Wilson off the board for rushing props as of now. You got to figure it's going to be in the low teens, if anything, like 13, 14 or something like that. I mean, maybe even lower. I mean, it really could be. Noah Brown.
I think it's going to be in the 30s.
Oh, his rushing number? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure, I looked this up. It's hard to tell. But the last time he played a full game, I want to say he rushed for 50 some odd yards.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so, and to me it comes, and he's not what you would call a running quarterback by any means, but he's, obviously
he bails out of the pocket early, is ready to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in a game where, is this going to be your stereotypical Jets game where it's 3-3 at halftime, and you play conservatively? Houston doesn't play that style. I think Houston's going to be able to score points in this game, and I think that's going to put the Jets in a passing situation more than usual. And if they're in a passing situation more than usual, Wilson doesn't throw the ball. He runs with it a lot. I think his rushing total, to me, I mean, if it's under 20, that's an absolute lock. If it's under 40, it's worth playing.
All right. I love it. Noah Brown, you can get some low hanging fruit here. 44,
that's what I thought.
44 and a half.
Yeah. See, I mean, I think that, and based on the fact that, he's been injured, he came back last week, he didn't do much. But what I liked about last week was that he played a lot. And they didn't throw the ball to him a lot. What's that saying? Well, they've got other options. They had Tank Dell there, until he got injured last week. I think that he comes back as a solid number 2 receiver behind Collins. He's going to get 10 targets this week.
Yeah.
I'm very confident of that because they're not going to run the ball against the Jets. When last we saw him healthy, he had 2 monster games. 44 and a half is like 2 catches for him.
Right.
That's, I like that. So that's, those are my 2 in the morning games. Kamara, Wilson, and Brown are all playable guys.
And I actually think he's a little bit overrated, but Sauce Gardner will probably get most of Nico Collins' attention, I would say, which would make Noah Brown even more appealing in that regard. Let's see.
Well, exactly. Like I said, they don't have the tight end either. Normally you say, well, they'll throw more to the tight end, but they don't have him either. So they become a team that's going to throw a lot to their 2 wideouts. I easily project to each get more than 10 targets in this game. If you look at Collins, I'm guessing his yardage total is 20 or 30 yards higher.
Yeah, 71 and a half. Yep.
Yeah, and so that just makes Brown that much more attractive to me.
You know what? I wish Dell would be healthy, and if they had the tight end, I would take Houston as a serious contender in the AFC, to be honest. If they had their full complement. Stroud's just having a good year. We talk about efforts to get people's numbers with Tyreek Hill. Maybe even a little bit of a push for Stroud here for MVP on the part of the Texas coaching staff. You got to think about that maybe a little bit too. Okay, let's see here. Let's go down to 4 o'clock. The 49ers were fantastic last week. The system play comes through with flying colors. Minus 10.5. We just saw this game against the Seahawks on Thanksgiving night, where the Seahawks were handled very easily by the 49ers by game's end. But minus 10.5 for San Fran, over under 46.5. Kicking myself a little bit that I didn't have more on Debo last week. Just because big, bad, physical Philly, you got to think that's kind of a Debo Samuels type of game. But, man, he's been on fire recently too. 49ers at home laying double digits to your buddy Pete Carroll and the Seahawks. Do you see the same thing that happened on Thanksgiving night? Because I pretty much do.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Seattle's schedule. I mean, it's kind of weird in the NFC how it seems that Seattle, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Dallas are playing like a round robin.
Right.
And sometimes playing each other twice. I mean, they play each other every week.
right.
And here we go again. Seattle has gone, they were a playoff contender, but looking at their schedule, man, it's relentless here. And I'd like to say, well, you know what, they need to just take this game off and look ahead to next week. But I want to say next week they got, they're playing like Philadelphia or something. You got their schedule available?
I can pull it up for sure. Let's see here. The Seahawks schedule. Let's see. 49ers, Eagles, at Tennessee, home against the Steelers.
So next week they play the Eagles.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. And so it's like, because, Charbonnet hasn't been practicing this week. The regular starting running back, whose name escapes me, he's been injured.
Kenneth Walker III. Yep.
Walker, yes. And they've got some, their running game's in a shambles, which isn't terrible. Against 49ers, you got to throw the ball anyway. But they, like I said, this is a game where if they could forfeit this game, if next week they were playing Tennessee instead of 2 weeks from now, you'd say, well, let's just throw this game out and then try to regroup and, finish strong against, these weaklings that we're playing. But you got Philly next week. It's like, we're going to lose that game too. And so I don't know. They can't be in a good headspace right now. I think the 49ers should win this game real easily. I think McCaffrey, who's kind of been quiet, relatively speaking, the last couple of weeks, I think this would be his week to have a nice game. The backup running back is injured again. So, he's going to get his touches. 49ers love nothing better than to run up a score against Seattle. They really thoroughly enjoyed that Thanksgiving game. So, I think McCaffrey is a touchdown or two play in this game here. I think the 49ers should really win this game rather comfortably.
48.5 receiving yards for Debo. That's going to sound good to me. That's went way over on the first drive against Seattle the last time out. McCaffrey's receiving yards are 33.5. He got there in receiving yards last time. He got there in rushing yards as well. He was a wrecking crew against Seattle. 81.5 is his rushing yards in this game. Debo's rushing yards is 12.5. He's been getting to run the ball a lot more lately for sure. The other thing is, again, I'm going to go back to the well on this. And this was successful for me the last time they played. Geno Smith's passing yards are 21 yards more this time around than they were at home on Thanksgiving night. They're at 245.5 for him. So I'm going to say that's an under for sure.
Well, what McCaffrey's touchdown numbers?
McCaffrey's touchdown number is minus 350, which is the highest we've seen ever on the show.
Wow.
I would say.
How about 2?
2 touchdowns from McCaffrey plus 145.
Yeah, that's almost unplayable.
Right. Yeah.
But like I said, when the numbers are skewed that much, it's telling you you're on the right track.
You're on the right track, right? Would you take a shot at Debo at 7-1 for 2?
I take a shot with his rushing total because
12.5 low. Yeah.
The backup is injured, and so they, at a time when they would normally, let's give McCaffrey 3 or 4 plays off and bring in the backup. You're going to put Debo back there a time or 2 in there, and like you said, 12.5 yards. Is that what you said?
Yep.
That's 1 carry.
Yeah.
I could easily see him getting, 3 carries in this game, and all it takes is one 10-yarder, and you're there. That to me now becomes the best play in this game.
Do you want to throw him on a non-greedy ticket? Reserve?
Yes. Well, let's consider him. I got a lot of.
This will be a big one at the end of the day.
Over 12.5.
Yep. Now you're getting, if you do throw him on that greedy ticket, Debo over 12.5, a Kamara touchdown, Lamar over 47.5, Chase over 68.5. We are at a little over 10-1 odds on all that right now. All right, so a green light for the 49ers. McCaffrey, his numbers unplayable, but you got to think it's going to happen. Stock up on Debo as well. All right, let's get to our next game. Let me rewind real quick. 33.5, is that too low for the Jets-Texans total?
Yes, that is. Wow, that is low. That's telling me really bad weather.
Yes, that's a weather-related total.
Yeah, but Houston. I think there's a shot
they could get that themselves.
In this game, depending upon how.
Right.
Because, like I said, the Jets, in order for the total to be that low, you've got to have teams that can run the ball. And I don't think either team in this game is going to be able to run the ball. I think the Jets would try if Hall were healthy, and maybe he is healthier than I'm giving him credit for. But if he's not healthy or he's not playing, they can't run the ball at all. It's kind of, they become what New England was last night.
Right.
They become a team where you keep you'd like to think you could hand the ball up the middle and get some yardage, but you can't. With Cook, the similar to Ezekiel Elliott, he runs up the middle 2 yards, runs up the middle 2 yards, runs up the middle 3 yards. So you throw the ball to him in the flat, and he gains 10. He scores a touchdown. You're throwing the ball more. All of a sudden, New England became this great passing team. Last night because they couldn't run. And I think that's what you're looking at here with the Jets, is that I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball effectively, even though they'd like to think they could against this defense. But the door's open for them to pass the ball. And like I said, I love Wilson's rushing total in that game. So I don't know why I sidetracked to them here. Oh yeah, because
I get that.
The total was 33, or whatever. I just think that there's two teams that have no choice but to throw the ball in this game, and the Jets are opportunistic on defense. There's no reason they couldn't turn one of these passes into a touchdown. Only need 4 touchdowns to get to that total, and so they want to give you a gift of one of them. And Houston's putting up a couple, maybe even 3 touchdowns themselves.
Maybe even on defense too. Yeah.
So, I think that's a low total.
I just wanted to solidify that for sure. Okay. Harder game. This is a hard game for me to handicap. But my first instinct is that it's going to be an under. Because you have the defensive-minded Brian Flores with the good Vikings defense. The Raiders, you're going to know more about them now at this point than I am. But I do like the fire that Antonio Pierce has given them. They take the lead early against KC, their last time out. Now, both these teams coming off buys. And then they squander that 14-point lead and let the Chiefs win going away. But my first instinct here is that it's going to be an under with the Minnesota Vikings and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Vikings are -3 here. Nothing's really going to stick out for me prop-wise, except for maybe some Dobbs rushing yards. But here it is. I got Justin Jefferson listed as a anytime touchdown scorer. So it looks like we got some Justin Jefferson back. That's got to be exciting for your fantasy team for sure, I would think, right?
Yes. No, and you hit on it there. I mean, to me, this game is all about one thing, and that is getting Justin Jefferson back up to speed.
Right.
He has to. I mean, if Minnesota, which remarkably remains in the playoff hunt, if they're going to have any chance to make the playoffs, Justin Jefferson needs to be the best receiver in the league, which, he was last year. He has been in recent history. And why can't he be again? We'll find out. I mean, they played his injury very conservatively. They could have brought him back earlier. They waited this long. They wanted to make sure he's 100%. He really seems like he's on board. I read a quote from him this week about how, he had goals set before the season. He's not going to get there, obviously, based on his injury. But he wants to get a 1,000-yard receiving year. That's a big thing for him. I think this game is all about let's make Justin Jefferson happy. And let's hope he's healthy, and let's throw him the ball as much as we can. Thank goodness we're playing a team that's not very good, that's going to allow this to happen. And on the same time, you've had this quarterback, I don't want to say controversy, but, a situation where they went into the bye with the coach saying, well, we're going to figure out who our best option is, and then we're going to play that guy. It could have gone in any of three directions. But they've chosen this guy. They've chosen Dobbs, as their quarterback. I think he's the most volatile of their three quarterbacks, which is good. I think he'll throw the ball down the field more than the other guys would have. I think that's good for Jefferson. I just think this is going to be a passing fest. I think you're going to see him minimum of 10 targets in this game. I think it's going to bring Dobbs' total over the yardage total. I think Jefferson, could very, very well have a big game here. Definitely a touchdown, definitely 100 yards, possibly 2 touchdowns, and hopefully Dobbs over a modest, passing total, 240 maybe. And to me, that's, an obvious direction to go in this game, is to green light Jefferson.
225.5 are Dobbs passing yards.
There we go.
Jefferson off the board for receiving yards, but he's on the board for the touchdown at plus 135, and to get 2 touchdowns, 11-1, which is a great number for Jefferson for 2 touchdowns.
Absolutely. And Dobbs, that's a very, very low passing yardage total, where in a game where, like I said, I think this game, the big picture here for Minnesota is they have to get Jefferson up to speed as quickly as possible. And normally you would say, well, crying out loud, the guy's been out for 8 weeks. He's probably only going to be a part-time player here. You would have said that 2 weeks ago if he came back when he was questionable. Is he 100%? But now it's 2 full weeks later. Now they're sure he's healthy. Now he's sure he's healthy. He's talking about 1,000-yard season. The quarterback's talking about keeping his job. The coach has given the quarterback confidence. Minnesota needs this win to gain momentum for the rest of the season. I just think that this is a statement game in terms of we're still in this thing, and the reason we are is because we've got the best receiver in all of football, and we're going to show it to you this week. He's to me, like I said, he's definitely. I mean, I definitely take him. On the non-greedy ticket, he's got to be in there for one touchdown. But I got to look at him for 2 touchdowns as well.
I would even put $5 on 95 to 1 for 3. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Anytime touchdown plus 135. In fact, if I'm going to do like a round robin parlay, I don't want to take our non-greedy ticket off, but 2 touchdown score around robins, meaning if I hit 3 of the 4 or 2 out of the 4, I'd be a winner. But I think I'm going to take a shot with, so far, Kamara, Noah Brown, Justin Jefferson, and I'll throw Deebo Samuel in there. Why not? Okay, let's go here. So green light here for Jefferson. Feels good to say that. We've needed him. I said a minute ago, it shed almost a legitimate tear for Tank Dell going down. The game's just much better when Jefferson is involved, for sure. Dave, I think this has a chance to be a high-scoring game again. I think I've said that about the Chargers most every game I ever say that they play. But here are the Broncos. I think these two teams can jack the score up a little bit here against each other. Chargers laying 2.5. Over-under seems low to me at 43.5. Denver a little disappointing at Houston last week, but that's a good Houston team, I still think. And the Chargers are the right team to get them right. Only the Chargers can score 6 points, hold a team to a shutout and not cover a spread. That's the Chargers for you. But minus 2.5, every Chargers game is close. Over under 43.5. I just feel like that over under just is too low. That's just my first train of thought. Can we get there? Can we get over this total?
To sidetrack here, I thought there was a great graphic on the Patriots game on Thursday night where it showed that they're, I want to say, 1-2 in games this year where they've held the opponent to 10 points or less.
Yes.
And the rest of the league is 53-0. Wow, that's a good stat. But that, at the same time, that scares me about this game. What the heck happened to the Chargers offense last week? And have we been missing something here that they've actually been heading in this negative direction? Allen hasn't been 100%. Don't know exactly where he's at this week. They haven't gotten any production out of their number 2 receiver, which has been disappointing.
Right, nothing.
Eckler is not having a big season. The quarterback's not having a big season. And, as usual, every one of their games is close. And then here comes Denver coming off a bad game. I think Denver's the biggest reason that this is kind of shocking to say, but they're the biggest reason to be confident that there are more maybe points scored in this game, because Denver's actually been a pretty consistent scorer and not as good defensively as they've been. But there's something about that Charger game last week that scares me. And I don't know.
They give you a bad taste in the mouth for sure. Yes.
I just think this is, to me, I think this is going to be a close game. Another one for the Chargers that comes down to a field goal. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of field goals in this game. A good weather game. Two teams with pretty good offenses, but not great offenses. I could see this game being 23-20, 24-21, kind of right around that total. But both teams getting into the 20s, but I don't see either team scoring 30 points in this game. So I'm going to pass on this game all the way around.
I would lean Denver to win. Would you?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
I mean, like I said, the Chargers have a history of playing every game close, and when that happens, it's 50-50. You make the last field goal, or you miss the last field goal, or the other team has the ball at the end of the game and you don't. You lose. And how many times have that happened to the Chargers in recent years, and especially this year? I wouldn't, I think it's 50. I think this is a 50-50 game. Team that has the ball at the end is probably going to win, but it's going to come down to a field goal. And, like I said, the guy makes it, you win. The guy misses it, you lose. And that's a coin toss to me. And I'm going to stay away from coin tosses.
Not the worst 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time window, I would say. Some interesting matchups for sure, and a couple heavyweights playing. All right, these two teams need to look at themselves in the mirror for sure and figure out what's going on. We've been saying it for a while now about the Bills and the Chiefs, even more so recently. Not give myself credit. A couple months back, I was like, I don't know about these Chiefs. And they lose in Green Bay, which was a fun game to watch on Sunday night. Christian Watson was your man. Great call on that one as well. But here we go with the Bills and the Chiefs. The Chiefs minus 1.5, 48.5. Josh Allen always gives you a puncher's chance. But that defense for Buffalo, man, I mean, if these Chiefs receivers can't get off against these guys, then, they'll never get off. So I would say there's a chance for points here. There could be that feeling out process for sure. So 48.5, maybe high still as far as the total goes. I'll give the Bills a puncher's chance to win this game for sure. Interesting game. These two teams have seen each other plenty of times here in the playoffs in recent years. Little bit of a tough one to handicap for me, but I'm going to go more Bills oriented in my props and my plays here than I will with the Chiefs. I just like Allen a lot. He makes dumb mistakes at stupid times, but man, when he plays good, he just plays good. Bills and Chiefs. What do you got, Dave?
Well, this is the kind of game I've stayed away from. When these two heavyweights play, I much prefer games where I can see a lopsidedness, a weakness,
right? Yeah.
To take advantage of. And in these games, like this, like the 49ers Eagles game last week, there tends to be one or two of these games a week where it's like, man, I can see this game going either way. I'm shocked that the number is as low as it is, given that, it's Kansas City against a Buffalo team that's kind of been underachieving this year. But I think that's an indication, kind of like you indicated, that Buffalo is at least as good a team as Kansas City this year, maybe better. The odds would tell you that Buffalo's the better team in this game. But, can you really go to, when you're not having a great season, can you really go into Kansas City, which has found a way to win more often than not, and win that game? Yeah, there's a chance that's going to happen, but I think it's 50-50. I can't see an obvious play in this game. I don't, have a hard time projecting a winner. I take a stab in the dark in this game and say, what are the odds that this game goes into overtime? It just seems like these two teams, it would be totally fitting if these two teams played. They've played some great games in recent years, and lo and behold, after 60 minutes, they're tied this time. So I'm going to, for the most part, just sit back and watch it.
Plus 1240 for overtime. Now, they've been better with Allen running the ball. At least they seem more lethal on offense. So I would go with an Allen touchdown anyway, a plus 190. I would go that route again.
This is not going to be a defensive battle. I'm not going to be surprised if it 24 all or even 27-24, and then whoever got the ball the last possession, go down and kick your field goal, send it into overtime, 27 all or 24 all or whatever. So there's going to be 3 touchdowns on each side in this game, and I think you're right. If Buffalo scores 3 touchdowns, it'd be very easy to project that Allen would have one of them.
And all these Chief receivers have low numbers again. I mean, man, it's crazy to see how the Chief receivers have low numbers. Rashee Rice, 51.5 yards. That seems fair. Valdez-Scantling, 15.5. He just needs to catch that one ball that he throws to him. Sky Moore, 15.5, although he never gets there. Justin Watson, 24.5. He only had one target against Green Bay. Noah Gray, 11.5. That might actually be a decent one. He seems to like to throw to him. But it's just amazing to see the chief receiver numbers so low all the time. That's all.
Yeah, and to me, I mean, how's Pacheco doing? He got injured in the last game.
Right.
Hasn't been practicing.
Yeah, he's off the board. Yep.
Yeah, and if he's out, then McKinnon becomes a really nice play in terms of passing yards because they become a far weaker running team and they'll throw more often. And like you said, you can't really trust their wideouts in this game, and their linebackers and their strong safety are all concerned about Kelsey. So you swing it out to McKinnon, and he gets his 3 or 4 catches, and he's good for 10 yards on every catch. He would be to me a nice play for receiving yards if it turned out that Pacheco was either a part-time participant in this game, or obviously if he were not a participant in this game, then he becomes a much stronger play for me.
All right, that's it for our AFC West and NFC West teams. But let's talk about the Sunday night game real quick. Dallas and Philadelphia. Dallas minus 3.5, 51.5. You talked about the questions with Dallas in your mind about them being a true heavyweight here before in the game we discussed, the fantasy game we created with the Ravens. But this is a game that Dallas has done well against the Eagles in at home anyway. Eagles, a tough loss here against the 49ers. I mean, they really got the hammer taken to them after they took the early lead. Everyone thinks that Justin Hurts is banged up to some extent, yet he's still going out there and still running the ball, still scoring touchdowns. Cowboys and Eagles here. Why do I feel like this is a bad spot for the Eagles? Probably because Dallas has just been so good at home. But again, when it comes to playing these heavyweight teams, this is when the Dallas Cowboys' true colors show most of the times as being that of a team that's not going to win a Super Bowl. Eagles, Cowboys, I could see how this could be the true heavyweight kind of feel type of game here on Sunday night in Dallas. Do you expect the Cowboys to win this at home?
I think this is going to be a great game. I think they're favored by too much. I think that I think this is a big game for the Eagles because they lost last week.
Right.
I mean, they're looking at their season completely falling apart if they lose this game, because now you've not only brought Dallas back into the division race, but now you've brought the 49ers back into the conference race, and they have the tiebreaker over you. And they're now, they're out west playing, these weaker teams, and now you've blown that at the same time. I think that you're going to get the Eagles full attention in this game. I think they're at least as good a team as Dallas, and a big thing for this game. I may have mentioned this the last couple of weeks, or if I didn't, I was mistaken. A key injury the Eagles have had in the last couple of weeks is not having Goddard.
Yeah.
And he's a huge, he's kind of like Kittle is to the 49ers.
Right.
I mean, you've got to account for him on every play. And he catches big balls on third down, and he takes the pressure off of the wideouts. I mean, when he's not in there, they don't really have a decent third receiver. So it's all about Smith and Brown when Goddard's not in there. But when Goddard is in there, it gives them that third receiver, and it just opens up more space for Brown. I wouldn't be surprised if Brown had a big game in this game, and because of Goddard being back. The question is he really back? I mean, the guy had a broken arm, and so are they playing him full time? Are they using him in running situations where he's got a block? Is he just going to be a part-time guy? Is he going to get injured again? I mean, that's to me a big question mark in this game. But I think the Eagles are 50-50 to win this game. Like I said, I mean, obviously Dallas is going to treat this as a big game, but I think the Eagles, it's almost like this is the Bills and the Chiefs, except that in this case, the better, the Chiefs or the Eagles, the power team has at least as much incentive, if not more, than the other team. And that's usually, not the case. Normally, Buffalo would really like to beat Kansas City, and Kansas City yawn. We've been there, done that before. But this isn't that game. This is the game where, man, this is the biggest game. Excuse me. Biggest game the Eagles have played in a while. And well, last week they had a big game, but last week they had a 2-game cushion over everybody. They could afford to lose last week. They cannot afford to lose this game. They're looking at it being a wild card team and possibly playing the 49ers in the second round of the playoff if they lose this game. I mean, that doesn't mean they're going to win, but it's just, to me, gives them that little extra incentive that you wouldn't normally have in a game like this. And so I respect that. I think that they got a good chance to win this game. Getting Goddard back, like I said, really helps them. And I think it's going to be a close game, but I can see Philly winning this game.
51.5. Is that too high?
Well, it's, these are high-scoring teams. They played a high-scoring game already once this year. I think that, getting Goddard back helps Philly's passing game. I think both teams are going to score in the 20s for sure in this game. You get to 24 all, and then, that pushes you into the 50s. I think the total's right about where you would expect it. I don't see this being a 41-38 game. But I do see it being, 28, 27, 27, 24, both teams in the 20s. And so, that total seems, high for a big game like this, but I wouldn't take the under.
Philly is not good against wide receiver number ones. So green light on CD Lamb?
Well, I think both he and Brown, project to have nice games here. So I would, I take both of them over 100 yards and expect one of them to hit. And I presume that if one of them hits, then you end up winning money.
If you can take them both for a touchdown and 100 yards each and get a nice payout altogether.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Oof, there you go with your
greedy. Yeah. All right, on the non-greedy ticket, I have 5 things that you said is going to happen here. Jamar Chase over 68.5, Lamar Jackson over 47.5, Alvin Kamara anytime touchdown, Deebo Samuel's over 12.5 yards rushing, and Justin Jefferson for 1 touchdown. Is there anything we're missing? Anything you want to take off?
Well, I mean, to me, the top 2 for me are Kamara and Jefferson. I definitely want them, on this kind of ticket. I think that we didn't mention another guy that I really like in a game that we didn't talk about.
Yeah, I was getting that to that in a second anyway.
But to me, Deebo, you're talking about over his rushing total,
right? Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, that belongs on there. Jackson belongs on there. Chase belongs on there. I think those are good. I think those are 5 good ones to put on there. We don't need to go any deeper than that. But if we're going to discuss, there's one guy that I like on Monday night, and that's Achane.
Right.
I think that here's a guy who's been injured, kind of like Jefferson.
Right.
Guy that's been injured. They need to bring him back slowly. But last week he carried the ball, I want to say 17 times last week. They threw the ball to him. I think they've identified him as a key performer for them moving forward, much more so than Mostert. And like I said, I'm not even sure he was 100% yet. I think he's someone they're going to they're going to try to get more and more action for moving forward. Here's a game that they should be able to win. Heck, we didn't even talk about Tyreek Hill as part of our ticket here. I'd like him over. I'd like him over 100 yards for sure. But Achane, I think, is going to be a guy this week who has a real good chance to get a touchdown or two. Real good chance to get certainly 80 or more yards rushing and even receiving yards, which he's good at. So he's someone who. Some of the other guys that I've mentioned, Zach Wilson with his rushing yards, I think is a really nice play this week. Who else did I?
Noah Brown yards.
Yeah, Noah Brown's another. So anyway, there's room on a second ticket here but anyway, I'd like to hear what Hill's numbers are in this game as well as Achane.
Hill is minus 210 for a touchdown. Achane is minus 105. The Hill passing prop 109.5. And the rushing prop for Achane is 54.5 yards baseline.
Yeah, I mean, those touchdown numbers seem awfully low, so I would stick with the yardage numbers. I think Hill, I guess we need to add him as a sixth guy.
Well, that pays 49-1 if we do. That's a nice payout.
It's we're really going deep here, but okay, I'll bite on that. I'll put him in there as a sixth guy. I think Achane over his rushing total is a very, very, very nice play as well. So. We can mix and match with some of these. Like I said, I mean, Kamara and Jefferson, I went in, thinking were my two best guys. I'd pull them out and I'd throw them, I'd put them on another parlay with Achane and with Wilson, and have them on my slightly less greedy or slightly more greedy, I guess the term would be, second ticket. So I think there's a lot of nice opportunities out there this week, I think.
Oh, yeah. All right. I love it. This should be a fun week 14. All right. How about your fantasy team? How's that going?
Well, I can proudly boast that in my league, I was the only guy to have somebody in my lineup for the Patriots-Steelers game. Not a single other guy in the league had anybody going in that game except for me. It's the last week of the regular season. I've clinched the top seed in my league, and I'm playing a team that's out of it. So I could have a little fun. The team I'm playing is called Chargers fan.
Right.
All right. So
we've heard of him before. Yes, go ahead.
I feel sorry for him. Right. He had the second pick of the draft. He drafted Eckler. He hasn't had a big season. He's doing poorly in our fantasy league. It's like, and I've got Allen on my team. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to play Allen this week. I feel sorry for the guy. He's going to be rooting for his Chargers. The last thing you want is to have to worry about, oh, no, don't throw it to Allen. He's on the opponent's team. You know what? Root for your Chargers this week. Knock yourself out. I hope they win. I'm going to sit Allen just for you. And so last time, I was looking for a guy on the waiver wire to pick up. I picked up Ezekiel Elliott.
Nice.
And I thought, all right, you know what? When I found out Stevenson was out, it gives me a rooting interest Thursday night. Usually I don't do this, but I did it last night, and wow, was that a good choice? First possession of the game, he had a touchdown catch.
Right.
I got 25 or 26 points out of him last night. So I'm off to a rolling start this week. But there's, the big issues for me 1 week before the start of the playoffs is Justin Jefferson healthy? I'd like to see him do well this week. Is Goddard healthy. I'd like to see him come back this week. And while not, I don't need big numbers out of him. I'd like to see him play a lot, maybe get a couple of passes, kind of get back into the groove, so I can consider playing him next week in the playoffs. So I do have, those two things where I've got in an otherwise meaningless matchup where I've already got a nice lead. Those are the two things from my fantasy perspective that I'm looking for. Jefferson and Goddard, what do they look like? And am I going to be able to be confident in them next week in the playoffs? I hope so, because especially Jefferson, obviously, because that kind of puts me on a different level than some of these other teams. So that's where my focus is this week. Not, my focus is on getting healthy rather than, needing a win this week, because I'm already in good shape there.
If the 49ers stay healthy, are they going to win the Super Bowl?
Well, they certainly should be the favorites,
right?
I would say, but it's going to come down to what does the bracket look like in the NFC. I mean, I think it would be terrible for the 49ers to have to beat both Dallas and Philadelphia. I mean, somebody of those three, somebody's going to have to beat two of those three to move on. And one's going to be the top seed, one's going to be the second seed. They're going to be far away from each other, but that third team is going to be on the same side of the draw as one of the others. And so the team that escapes that is going to have a far better chance of getting to the Super Bowl than the team that has to. The 49ers have to beat Philly in the semifinals and then beat Dallas in the conference finals. Yeah, they could do it both, but it'd be a lot easier to only have to face one of them. And I think it could come down to that. That's why I think this week is such a big game for Philly. If they can set themselves up atop the NFC bracket and, you get Dallas playing the 49ers in the semifinals while Philadelphia's playing Green Bay or Detroit or somebody like that, it makes Philadelphia the favorite over the 49ers. So, but, it just in general, I would say that to me, the 49ers look like the best team.
Let me be the fantasy committee real quick. What would you make the point spread in the Super Bowl of the 49ers against the Dolphins?
I think the 49ers would be like a 5.5 point favorite. I think the total in the game would be, 52.5, maybe slightly higher.
Okay.
I mean, in Super Bowl, people are, especially if Miami's involved, people are going to be looking to jump on the over. So, maybe you have to go to 54.5 on the total. But I think that I think the 49ers would be a very solid favorite of that game.
I would have to take the 49ers minus 5.5, I think, on that. All right.
Well, the key is going to be what's happened to get you to that point.
Right.
I mean, if Miami the week before has gone to Kansas City and beaten Kansas City 31-17, and now all of a sudden, wow, this team's better than I thought. You beat Kansas City at Kansas City by 2 touchdowns at this point of the season. Now you're playing the 49ers, somewhat of a similar team, and you're giving me 5.5 points. Wow, I got to take that. I just think there would be that kind of mentality if that's how they got there, as opposed to, they won 24-23 over Houston at home in the AFC title game, and you think, wow, this is like the Pac-12 championship game. What are they doing? Playing against the big boys, for the Super Bowl. And so at that point, yeah, you'd say, oh man, give me the 49ers. I'll lay whatever number I have to. So I think that will affect the line in that game more than we could project today.
If you have to start one quarterback this week against their opponent for your DraftKings lineup, whatever, which quarterback are you going to take?
I guess it would be Jackson, just because I'm most confident that he's going. He'll get me a rushing score, and I guess it depends on. I'm thinking more in fantasy, where a rushing touchdown is worth twice as much as a passing touchdown. If you're giving me extra credit for a rushing touchdown over a passing touchdown, then to me, Jackson, Jackson becomes that play. I would say, I think a real sleeper, a real sleeper for me would be Dobbs, just because he is Jefferson. Who's the player that projects to score the most touchdowns? We even talked about this. It's possible that Jefferson could score 3 touchdowns this week, and if he does, guess who's throwing them? And so he could be the real, a real nice price, quarterback where. He's the guy that ends up with close to 300 passing yards and 4 touchdowns kind of coming out of nowhere, where you've gotten Stroud before, or your boy from Washington, the guy who, sneaks up there and posts the big numbers. He could be that guy this week. And also, along the same lines, you would think that Tua would have a chance to ride Hill's coattail.
Right.
If Hill's going to have this monster game that we've talked about, then Tua's got to do something there as well. But I guess, give me one, I'm picking one guy. I think Jackson's got to, Jackson's going to score a rushing touchdown. Jackson's going to carry the ball a lot. He gets 2 rushing touchdowns, and at least in fantasy, he becomes the highest scoring fantasy quarterback for the week.
Tyreek Hill for 3 touchdowns is only plus 1,200 compared to plus 9,500 for Jefferson. Interesting. You know what? I might parlay the two together.
Like that, I think that Achane is going to cut into that. I think he's going to have, when all's said and done, he'll share the spotlight in that game with Hill. Whereas there's nobody can share the spotlight with Jefferson.
All right, Dave, week 14, that's going to put a wrap on it for us. Enjoy the games. Good luck with the non-greedy ticket here. We'll be playing along with that, and we will catch up here in week 15.
A lot to root for
this week. All right, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. All right, we will be right back after this.
She's the one I'm thinking of. That's the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Bring us another beer. She's the one we're thinking of. That's for the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Dave Del Grande, as good as it gets, our perspective from the West Coast. A lot to get into following all of that. So some very good angles. He likes a lot. So he thinks this is one of the easier weeks here in week 14. The slate to be discussed by myself, Nephew Dave, and the Ants Man sent a text. We should have him joining us shortly. If you have a pick, give it to us. You can send us a text. I got the hotline right in front of me. 757-354-5517. It is on your screen at the bottom as well. If you're just listening, just glance at the video feed and you'll get that again. 757-354-5517. This is the Round Robin Sunday morning, your full NFL breakdown of everything week 14. And we continue with it now. Nephew David, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing well.
Any takeaways from this sports weekend so far from you? Kind of quiet, right?
A little bit of quiet, yeah. Had a ticket going last night, and all I needed was Detroit over 2.5. That's the Red Wings, and they lose that game 5-1. Steve.
Yeah, you know what, David? I had a little hockey ticket myself, where the Red Wings were not a good part of that. And how about the Flyers winning? Right? Didn't they have Flyers win in Colorado?
I believe so.
Yeah. So Colorado goes down as well, and your Capitals 4-0 winners as well.
Very nice game last night. And we'll touch on it Tuesday, I reckon, Steve. But trouble there in New Jersey as they go 0-4 on their West Coast.
Wow. That might be enough to get that manager fired here at some point, right? Maybe.
I've heard that they've had a players-only meeting to try and right the ship. But, yes, things not looking great first quarter of the season in New Jersey.
We do have 3 English Premier League games underway. Wait till you hear the score, Dave, in a second. Well, scoreless with Man City and Luton Town. Man City continues to have issues. Chelsea and Everton tied at 0. And how about this? Fulham 3, West Ham 0 in the first half.
Wow.
Yeah. So Fulham pulling a well, they're at home at Craven Cottage. But if you missed it yesterday, Bournemouth with a 4-0. Well, it should have been 4-0. They took away the goal late. But 3-0 thumping of Man United. All right, David, what do you got for me on Survivor? I am officially out and done on Survivor of the Year. Are you still alive?
I'm alive in one of my pools on the sports book there.
All right, let's go through it.
All right, Steve. We'll start off with Tampa Bay going to Atlanta.
Pass.
Rams and the Ravens.
I would pass.
I think I would too. That's a tougher game than I think.
I can't believe the spread is still at 7.5 for the Rams. And the weather, I mean, the radar is getting ready to unload
here in the all across the East Coast. Really, I
Right.
mean, it stretches from Florida well into Canada. This system that's coming through. It's supposed to rain here for about 12 hours straight. Baltimore is going to get a lot of that as well. I would think this number would come down a little bit. I think the Ravens ground game getting a lot of respect, but 7.5, the line is steady. And on that note, all the lines, really no movement at all this morning. Everything is stagnant where it is, unlike here the last few weeks where we've had lines jumping all over the place. Mainly Thanksgiving weekend, they were all over the place. And the big jumper with the 49ers going from 10.5 to 13.5 yesterday, which is crazy. A full 3-point move there. What do you got, David? What else on Survivor?
Carolina traveling to New Orleans to take on the Saints.
Well, I think if you need to use the Saints, if you have them and you don't have much of a choice, that might be a decent spot for them, actually.
Probably the only spot, Steve, because
Right,
they
right.
still make me nervous.
Yeah, I
in
don't.
that one.
I can't trust them at all.
The Lions taking on the Bears in Chicago.
I would think that's a pass, but I think Detroit wins that game, actually.
I do too.
And I think most people actually have used Detroit. Right? Do you still have them?
No, yes, I do.
Oh, okay, interesting.
The Colts at the Bengals. I think the Colts can actually win this game.
Really, I like Cincinnati in this game, so it'll be interesting when we get to that one. I think a high-scoring game for sure.
Right, that's kind of where I'm. Yeah,
But yeah, I mean the Colts have been nice. That's definitely a game they could pull off. That's going to be actually an interesting kind of fun game with the Colts and the Bengals. All right, what else you got?
Jaguars taking on the Browns in Cleveland.
Trevor Lawrence, I got to imagine he is not playing. Let's see if I have anything on him yet. Yeah, he's listed now. So Trevor Lawrence is going to fight through this and get on out there. You saw him walking down a tunnel on Monday night.
Yeah, it did not look good.
Yeah, but here he is listed right now. 216.5 are his passing prop total. But I would maybe think about Cleveland if it was the backup, Beathard, but I'll pass on that.
Texans taking on the Jets.
The Texans taking on the Jets. I think you can use the Texans.
I did. That's my pick.
Is it? The injuries are concerning for sure, but at the end of the day, I just think that they have more quarterback firepower overall, and that's going to be the difference.
Agreed, Steve.
What else?
Seahawks at the 49ers. Pass for me.
I think you could use the 49ers, but I think everyone is.
Right. I don't. Yeah.
All right. What else?
Vikings at the Raiders.
That's a pass.
Bills at the Chiefs.
Pass.
Broncos at the Chargers. I think the Broncos can win this game.
I do too, but not Survivor worthy.
Right.
I would rather, as gross as it sounds, take the Saints. But what else?
Eagles taking on the Cowboys in Dallas.
Pass.
2 Monday night games, Steve.
Yep.
Titans at the Dolphins.
I think you could use Miami if you have them still. I think that's actually if you have Miami, I think that's probably the best play of the week. I'm going to assume most people do not.
And the Packers at the Giants.
I could see some people taking the Packers. Buyer beware. Just that's setting up for a Monday night sucker. The more I look into it a little bit here, the Packers not very good against the rush. So maybe Saquon Barkley, keep that in mind.
Right.
As a prop running back for tomorrow night. You could do the old 2 touchdowns for Tyreek, 2 for Saquon Barkley maybe tomorrow night, and see what that pays off. All right, so that's it for Survivor. Dave, you have Houston. If I were to have a live pick, I would probably use Houston. But Miami, if you have that, would be the real one. Yeah, if you want me to take the Saints over Panthers or Houston over the Jets, I'll take Houston.
Right.
I'll take Houston. Okay, let's look at the division odds real quick since we've kind of been doing that a little bit here. In fact, we'll look at everything. Super Bowl and conference as well. The Bills, 3 games back, 13-1 to win that division. Probably just not enough time to catch up, right, Dave? So
I wouldn't think so.
Ravens just have a couple game lead over the Browns. And the Steelers 2.5 back. Even the Bengals kind of floating around back there. The Bengals 550-1 to come back to win that division. That is a huge, huge number. But anyone grab you there, Dave?
Oh, Steve.
5 games left to play. The Ravens have a 2-game lead here, I think is what it is. Where are we at here? Let me get back on my standings.
That's a nice number for the Browns at plus 850, Steve.
Close. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not like they're out of it yet either.
I don't feel good about the Steelers at all. You may be getting an attractive number for them, Steve. But just the last couple weeks have really, really shown me that they are not to be trusted.
Yeah. You have a really bad taste in your mouth. I like the Texans at 5-1 right now, and the Colts are plus 550. Jaguars minus 300, and all of those teams are separated by just a game. So you're getting good numbers in the AFC South when you jump at any of those.
Definitely the Texans, Steve. I like the Texans coming out of that division, and I hope that they make get themselves a playoff spot because I'd like to see what they can do come playoffs. It's actually kind of nice, I feel like, to see this Houston Texans team doing well. It seems like they've been horrible the last couple years and getting beat up on. So I'm gonna go with the Texans, Steve. I think they're a nice team there, and we'll see what they can do.
If Kansas City can win, or if Kansas City loses today to the Bills and the Broncos win, Denver is going to be just 1 game out of first place in that division, and they have the tiebreaker already with the 1 win. So if they were to beat them again, that would be as good as a win if they ended up tied divisionally. 32-1 odds for Denver right now. How can you not take a stab at that the way the Chiefs have been playing, right?
Love that, yeah.
So right now, if you do a Texans and Broncos parlay, you're getting $10 will pay out $1,970 on just those two. Philadelphia and Dallas. Dallas is plus 330. So this is your chance to take them at a nice plus number because if they win tonight, you're not going to get as good of a number at all. But can the Cowboys overcome Philly here and take this division, Dave?
They might, Steve. Like Del Grande said, really big game there at the 8:00 hour tonight between these two teams. Yeah, Steve, I think they're capable. They're not losing home games right now either. So a little bit concerning for Philly. We'll see. That should be a really good game.
Dallas at plus 330. If you add them into our little parlay with Denver to win that division and Houston, $10 now pays $8,500. So your little $2 bet pays $1,700. So you're priced in right there, lottery ticket style, I think. All those teams within grasp of that. Now, I believe the Chiefs can fumble that division away. Literally, can the Lions fumble theirs? They seem to have too much of a lead, I would say, at this point. If they win in Chicago today, they'll be 10-3. Even if Minnesota and Green Bay both win, they'll still be 3 full games back. So I don't think you're getting the greatest numbers on. Actually, I think these are too low. I would want better numbers on the Minnesota Vikings or Packers. Vikings 11-1, Green Bay 20-1. A full 3 games back, I'm not going to buy there. How about you, Dave? Anything there?
No.
You could give me the buy. The Buccaneers at plus 340, I think. This is their chance today at Atlanta to jump to the top of the division, especially if Carolina can upset the Saints. The Saints are plus 370, Tampa Bay plus 340, Falcons minus 190 to win an NFC South. You hopping on any of that?
Say that again, Steve.
Buccaneers, Falcons, Saints. Plus 340 Buccaneers, plus 370 on the Saints, Falcons minus 190.
I just don't like the Saints, Steve. They make me nervous.
So maybe just by the priced-in factor alone, Tampa Bay.
Right.
All right, so Tampa Bay, Dallas, Denver, and Houston, which you can round robin all of those to win their division. $5 pays you $18,725, David.
I like it.
And $2 if you do $2 3-leg parlays, you're going to get an average of about $1,300, $1,250 if 3 of the 4 were to hit with Tampa, Denver, Dallas, and Houston. Denver is the key there because they have such big odds. If they did not win in Houston and Dallas and Tampa, were to win, then your $2 bet would not pay $1,300 or $1,250. You would probably pay more like $100 or $200.
I tell you, Steve, I had to fire on that. I did the Broncos, Texans, Cowboys on the El Cheapo $2 play.
Nice. All right,
I fired in on that.
What's your payout?
$11.86.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair and all fun for sure. Let's see. Conference wise, we'll not get into too much of this. Let's see. The Chiefs are plus 220. I don't want them. Ravens plus 270. Too low for them, but I could see them actually winning the AFC. This is a big day for the Ravens to me. Let's see what they have. And we'll get a good look at them. The Dolphins plus 320. I could see them winning the AFC right now. The Jaguars at 9-1, I would pass on. The Bills at 20-1. I would take a shot with that, actually. And I would take a shot with the Texans at 25-1. Browns 27-1. Colts 35-1. Any of those, David?
I like the Ravens and the Bills, Steve. We talked a little bit about it the other night. You might say, well, why not Miami? Because Steve, they beat everybody they're supposed to, and nobody that they need to beat. And some of these top tier teams.
I think they get Dallas next week, so that's going to be a good.
Well, we'll see what they got, but I don't really trust Miami in that regard. So I think the Ravens and the Bills are probably your better values there.
How about this in the AFC? Because these two teams are right in the thick of the playoff hunt. If you want Denver 60-1, and right now the Bengals are 90-1, which I don't think anyone's kind of giving the Bengals a chance here. But you got to remember they still have some really good players out there, and this quarterback is a phenom. Comes out of nowhere, Tom Brady style. You just never know. Really, to be honest. I mean, I got paid big time way back in the day on the Patriots. Everyone was laughing at me. And they went ahead and won the Super Bowl that year. So you just never do know. So at 90-1 with the Bengals, I mean, maybe you just want to throw $2 on that somewhere just to have it, to say that you had it anyway. In the NFC, the 49ers plus 150, Eagles plus 260, Cowboys plus 450, Lions are 8-1. And then it drops off. Falcons 35-1, Packers 35-1, Seattle 43-1, Rams 45-1, Vikings 45-1, Saints 60-1. Any of those guys stick out?
Steve, I think it would be, if you're looking for some better values, I think either Detroit or Philly. If I was going to do a conference ticket, I just don't know about any of these bigger numbers.
Yeah, I think this is more of a top heavy conference for sure.
It really is.
And my eggs are going to be in the 49ers basket at the end of the day, I think, especially if they get and stay healthy. That's going to be the big key for them. But provided that they stay healthy here going into the final few weeks, and they're going to have a chance to wrap up their division early. Now, seeding is going to matter as well because you have Detroit lobbying right there with them for the second seed, and the second seed is kind of important for sure. Yeah, I like more attractive numbers in the AFC for sure.
Absolutely.
Super Bowl wise, let me just pull that one up real quick. Let's see. I'll start with where we kind of left off at. Bengals 170-1, Denver 170-1. Tampa 140-1, the Saints 140-1, Rams 120-1, Vikings 110-1, Seattle 100-1, Pittsburgh 95-1, Chargers 95-1. How are the Chargers higher than some of these other teams? The Colts 90-1, Falcons 75-1, Green Bay 75-1, Cleveland 60-1, Houston 55-1. Buffalo 35-1, not a bad number on Buffalo at 35-1. Jaguars 24-1, the Lions 18-1, Dallas 9-1, Miami all the way down to plus 750 now. Ravens plus 650, Chiefs plus 550, Eagles 5-1, 49ers plus 320.
Any stabs there?
Steve, I like the Ravens number, and I like the Texans number if they can get that playoff spot and maybe get a couple of their guys back.
I like the Texans and Bills number.
You never know.
I like the Texans and Bills number. And shoot, man, just give me $2 on Cincinnati again, just for the heck of it. You never know when Burrow gets back here too, as well. They just need to make the playoffs. I mean, they've been in that game before. You just got to remember that kind of thing for sure. You're seeing a big, big number there. All right, let's get to the slate. First game is a weather game with Baltimore and the Rams -7.5 over under 39.5. I think the Rams can keep this close. I think this is the Rams have shown that they can play a little physical here. The quarterback Stafford is a seasoned veteran. He has good receivers. This could be a Cooper Kupp game for sure. You got to know that the Ravens are going to ground and pound it here with Lamar, Gus and company. Mitchell, right?
Yep.
Maybe him as well. He gets involved. But the Ravens and Rams, I think, is going to be a closer game. I think 7.5 is going to be too many points here at the end of the day. You're getting there 3-1 on the upset here for the Rams. Anytime touchdown scorers in this game. Kyron Williams +135, Gus Edwards +160, Lamar +165, Keaton Mitchell +185, your boy Zay Flowers +220, Odell Beckham +240, Kupp all the way down to 270, Puka is 270. I would take shots on them. Tutu Atwell +850, 2 touchdowns today. You're going to get a great number on Kupp, 26-1 for Cooper Kupp for 2 touchdowns, 25-1 for Puka Nacua. Odell's 20-1. Odell's a favorite over those other 2. I just don't get that. I don't get that Zay Flowers is a favorite over those other 2 guys either. 19-1 for him. Kyron Williams 10-1, Gus Edwards 11-1, Lamar 12-1, Keaton Mitchell 13-1. Give me the Rams. Give me some wide receiver touchdown scores. And as far as he was off the board for receiving yards yesterday, Tutu Atwell's over-under for receiving yards is just 14.5. Why is that so low? That's ridiculous. So give me over on that. Give me over on Cooper Kupp, 45.5 yards. For him, and give me Puka over 56.5 for him. So I'll take all 3 of the receivers there for the Rams. And what could be a rainy, windy, blustery ball of fun here at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. What are your impressions of this one, David?
Well, Steve, I think it's going to be a lower scoring game too if the weather is going to be
That's what Del Grande says. Yep.
So I think that there may be a chance to move this from 39.5 is what I have to maybe somewhere around, and not moving it drastically, maybe to like 34 or something like that.
Well, alternate under action here on the show. 2-1 for under 33.5. Maybe a little bit better at +150 under 35.5. You might have other numbers.
Let's check on that because I think that's where I would probably be more comfortable. Like I said, I just want to move it a couple points. So if we go under,
Justin Tucker hasn't had the best season either.
Right. Under 33.5 at +191, Steve. Maybe that's where I set it. Or if we want to go to 34.5, you still get a nice +170. I really like that. And I think you're right on the spread. I think it would probably be more like 5.5 for the Ravens. And give me a little Gus Edwards today, too.
Lamar Jackson is the favorite in passing yards over Matthew Stafford. He's at 198.5. Stafford is at 195.5. So rain and wind, can that really slow down this Rams trio of receivers? It probably can. This is the kind of the game Baltimore wants. I'll have friends at this game that will probably be going crazy up there in what should be a rabid atmosphere where the Rams have traveled bad here on the road so far this season. So I think a closer game.
Dave says an under, and give me the receivers here on the props. All right, Carolina, the Panthers, they cannot get their second win of the season last week at Tampa Bay. They fall short, losing by 3 points to the Buccaneers. They will go to New Orleans this afternoon to try their luck out again. The spread is now dropped. Now, it was at 6, but the Saints now -5.5. So we do have some line movement this morning. Saints -5.5. Over under is 39. I can't keep track of Derek Carr when he's coming and going out of these games, the way that he gets hurt. But he is the listed quarterback again, as is Bryce Young. Over under for Carr is 224.5. Over under for Bryce Young is 179.5. Injury concerns as well for New Orleans. We may not have. Let's see, is he listed? Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill is not listed, so I'm assuming. Oh, he is listed right now, plus 140. But he's dinged up in a couple areas, foot and shoulder. So is he going to be capable today? Alvin Kamara is one of Dave Del Grande's favorite plays, -150 for a touchdown. Jamal Williams plus 140. Chuba Hubbard. Chuba's been scoring a lot, actually, is what he's been doing. Plus 150. Olave plus 180. Adam Thielen plus 230. Juwan Johnson plus 340. Jimmy Graham scored last week. He's plus 800. Tommy Trimble, we can't forget about that guy's name. Plus 700 for him for an anytime touchdown scorer. And 2 touchdown scorers today. Alvin Kamara now up to plus 410. And Taysom Hill still listed at 9-1. Olave 14-1. Chuba Hubbard, who had 2 touchdowns last week, is at 11-1. I don't trust the Saints. I do not like the Panthers. So at the end of the day, this is mainly going to be a pass for me. But I do have Kamara on the prop. I do have his receiving yards as well. Alvin Kamara's receiving yards is 37.5. He's just a couple screens away from breaking that wide open for sure. Miles Sanders 4.5. They're supposed to be playing some more run pass option as well here down with Carolina. And the rushing props, let's take a look at that if that's the case. Bryce Young 11.5. I think I would take a stab on him to get to 12 yards rushing today. We like to take the quarterbacks on this show. Derek Carr at 1.5 is his over-under for rushing yards. But give me some Bryce Young rushing yards. Give me some Alvin Kamara receiving yards. Give me some Kamara touchdowns, and I'll be satisfied with just all of that. David, you may have other angles. What do you got?
So, Steve, not one that excites me a whole lot. Carolina, bad team this year. Saints, never trusted them from the start. Still don't. But the one thing I think I will take out of this, Steve, is Kamara for 2. I think he's going to find his way on that list. Other than that, Steve, I don't really have much here for this one. Might end up being a pass.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so this NFC South game, not very appealing to us, although Carolina is regionally in our area.
Right.
A funner game in Cincinnati at 1 o'clock with the Bengals and the Colts. The Bengals are -2.5. Over under is 44.5 in this game. Last we saw the Bengals, they had a great Jake Browning win on Monday Night Football. He got everyone involved. Mixon had scores. Jamar Chase had a score. T. Higgins started to catch some balls again. So the Bengals looked like they were rolling on all cylinders. When they had to score, they had to have it. They were able to stymied Jacksonville at times as well. So the Bengals are a little nitty-gritty team with some finesse as well here. And the Colts come in red hot as well. I mean, what can you say about them? They come back and win that fun game in Tennessee last week. The Colts have been involved in a lot of fun games so far in the season. So I expect a lot of the same today in that regard. This has a chance to be the highest scoring game of the day, I think. Weather's not going to be an issue here, just colder, no rain, no wind. I think 44 is going to be too low. So a good chance for both of these teams to get upper 20s, lower 30s. Anytime touchdown score, Mixon minus 160, Zach Moss minus 140. The Bengals have bad run defense. That's one of their deficiencies. That's going to allow Indianapolis to maybe get a lot of points here. Jamar Chase plus 125. Pittman Jr. plus 180. Anthony loves him. T. Higgins plus 280. Josh Downs plus 290. Tyler Boyd plus 390. Jake Browning to run one in at plus 440. Let's see. Hudson got involved last week as well. He got a touchdown. He's plus 470, the tight end for Cincinnati. And once these quarterbacks find something that they like, they kind of stick to it. He was the Mixon receiving yards is one of them too, Dave. You got to keep an eye out.
Right.
That's one I have not looked at yet. I'm going to add it into today. Mixon receiving yards is just 21.5. That was a layup in the first half last week. So you're going to get an alternate number on him. To get to 40 is plus 350. So I'm going to do a weird little mix and match of a few things. I might take a Bryce Young alternate rushing yards 25 at plus 370 and a mix in at 40 receiving yards at a plus 350. So I'm going to lean that area. I'm going to take Chase for a touchdown as well, and maybe even 2. I think this is a green light for most everyone in this game. This is the same game parlay fiesta. Pittman Jr. you can throw into the mix here with yards, but there's going to be a 4 or 5 receiver straight parlay, same game parlay I'm going to end up doing here. And I say just give them all to me. Green light, full go, over game. Give me the Bengals, though, to win this at the end of the day because they are the home team. What do you got, Dave?
Steve, so this is one that I agree. This is points. I think we get into the 50s here, and the thing that I'm looking at the most is I'm going to take Jake Browning for 2 touchdown passes today. You're getting a plus, I think, a 105 number on that. Let me go back to that.
That's good. Yep.
So you're getting a plus number on that, and then I also like Zach Moss. Thinking about putting him on the 2 touchdown list, Steve. If we're thinking points, Bengals not the best against the run. So a couple angles here that I think I'm going to play with. And also, Steve, this is definitely some same game fun setting up here.
Yeah, so let's see. Other stuff in this one. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Let's get to that. Joe Mixon is plus 360. Moss plus 450. Jamar Chase plus 850. Pittman Jr. 16-1. Josh Downs 26-1. T. Higgins 28-1. So there's a lot of good numbers available out there. Hudson 50-1 that you can try to take advantage of here with the Bengals and the Colts. So whether or not an issue, a full green light here by the in-staff studio. Anthony will join us here in a minute or two, he says. So we'll have to get his kind of update on that. Let's see. Team point totals. Let's take a look at that since we know. Oh, perfect timing. Anthony, how are you? Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Me and Nephew Dave right now are discussing what we could think could be the highest scoring game of the day, which is the Bengals and the Colts game. How about that? What are your thoughts on that? The over-under is 44. I basically gave a green light on everything with the Colts and the Bengals, mainly the Bengal guys, because I think they'll win at the end of the day. I think Dave kind of leans to the Colts way. He likes some Zach Moss. We know that you love some Pittman Jr. and some Josh Downs. Chase could have a big day. Browning likes to throw the ball to Joe Mixon. His yards are low in that regard. So a lot of opportunity in the Cincinnati Colts game from our end. Do you share those same beliefs?
I don't think that Monday Night Football game was a fluke. I really don't. What Jake Browning did what that Washington quarterback actually did? What did he do? He threw for 354 yards and a touchdown, and he also rushed for 22 and a touchdown. I don't think this is a fluke. I think he's going to do it again. And I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet it.
Anthony, I made a case a few minutes ago that Browning, they may have found something with Browning, and you may get Joe Burrow back in the playoffs at some point as well. The Bengals at 90-1 to win the AFC is an interesting little number, considering that they're right in the mix of the playoffs. Would you agree with that?
So, what was Burrow's injury again?
His broken hand or something with his hand. But I think if he gets to January, he should be okay.
That's not. I mean, hell. What I tell you Friday night that I took the Bills at 35-1 to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep.
And that's not crazy. You know, we'll see what happens what happens what they do against Kansas City today. But those odds aren't too bad. Cincinnati, that's not bad either. Especially if Burrow comes back and if Brownie can lead him to the promised land.
And that's just to win the AFC 90-1. Super Bowl is 170-1.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, so this is a green light for you. Any injury notes we need to know about for this one?
No, I think all systems are a go. Higgins is fine. Chase is lock and load. I'm actually writing down right now of how I'm going to have Chase in one of my parlays.
Yeah, and again, Mixon has gotten a ton of targets here in the last couple of weeks from Browning, so I would expect the same today. So a lower number, 21.5, I think that's doable for Mixon on the receiving end. In fact, I would juice that up to 40 yards as well. The other two games we talked about are the Saints and the Panthers, Ravens, Rams. Anything stick out to you out of those two?
Well, let me just go back to the Bengals game.
Sure.
The only concern I have with Joe Mixon is Chase Brown. Did you guys see what he did on Monday night?
Yeah, he was a decent little runner. Yep.
9 carries, 61 yards. Nothing in the receiving game, but they're going to incorporate him. So if you guys are looking for one of those little sneak touchdown scores like the Samaje P-Ryans of the Denver Broncos, Chase Brown might be one of them. Other than that, really not too much. But don't worry, guys. We all know that Drew Sample is going to score today, so it doesn't matter.
5-1 for Chase Brown for anytime touchdown, and I don't have a rushing number on him. That might be on another book. Dave may be able to find that.
What other games you guys go through?
The Saints game, we both like Kamara for the most part, even though it looks like Taysom Hill's a go. Do you have any kind of final word on that?
Let me just double check real quick. I just fired everything up. It looks like Taysom Hill. Oh, crap. He's actually a tight end again. He is officially questionable, blah, 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 and he is expected to play today per Adam Schefter.
All right, and
but he's also probably a little dinged up. Is he going to be incorporated a little bit? Of course he is. But that doesn't stop Alvin Kamara.
Right. Okay, so you agree with the Kamara angle. How about the Rams and the Ravens? How do you see that game playing out?
My heart, and remember, I'm a Steelers guy, my heart tells me that the Ravens are going to demolish them. But something tells me that the Rams are going to cover the spread. And I don't mind if it's Cooper Kupp. And I'm taking him for 2.
Yeah, we talked about his number. It's a big one, 26-1. The Rams catching 7.5. How about this? Even in the rain and the wind, Matthew Stafford, 195.5 for his passing yards. Have you ever seen that at that low with Matthew Stafford?
195 for Stafford. I understand it's in Baltimore, and you saw what happened when the Lions came to Baltimore. They got their asses kicked. And I'm not saying that the Rams are like some crazy playoff team or anything like that, but they've been pretty decent.
I like all the receiver props for the Rams today. That's all very low-hanging fruit. So if they can just kind of get it going, you're going to be good on all that. That's for sure.
Well, let me actually look up the weather report right now with Baltimore. As of now, it is 59 degrees and it is pouring right now, actually.
Okay, yep. And the radar is ridiculous if you look at it.
It's glim. Absolutely glim.
That's the whole
It's
East
going to be
Coast.
rain all day. It's going to be a big running game. So I understand your Kyron Williams. I understand your Gus Edwards, all that crap, but I still don't mind. Because you got to remember, the rain really does not affect passing at all. It's the wind. And right now, the wind is not that high. It's only about 10 miles an hour. So just consider that. So when you're looking at like your over-unders and stuff like that, I'm still going with Cup.
I'm on him.
This is going to be the best odds you're going to get with him the entire year, unless he absolutely stinks. But
yeah, that's the way I figure it. You're priced in for now, and he hasn't hit his stride yet. Even in the rain, where you're not likely to see it happen by the general perception of things, looking in on it now from everyone's front. That's what did you say last night? You got to be prepared to zig when it's time to zag, or zag when it's time to zig, whatever it is. Well, that's probably kind of the case here.
Oh yeah, 100%. You keep taking him, and if he stinks, then you know what? I bet those odds are going to go, from 26 maybe to 32, 35 to 1 next week. But if he does do good, damn straight his odds are going to just plummet. So you might as well just grab him now and throw $5 on him while you can.
Trevor Lawrence is going to win a toughness award for me if he actually gets out here and plays. I have him listed at 215.5 for his passing yards today. He was limping that. I mean, he looked like he was done for the season. Walking through the tunnel on Monday night in the loss to Cincinnati when he left the game early. Tried to walk off the field and fell down, and the stadium went completely silent. Joe Flacco, the home quarterback here for the Browns, his number is 204.5. But the weather not an issue as much today for Cleveland and Jacksonville. In fact, this over-under has started to skyrocket. We're up to 36.5 now. I was kind of thinking this game could go over, especially now that Lawrence is in there. Man, tough character that he's going to get out there. But minus 1.5 for the Browns. Over-under now 36.5. I think regardless, I kind of like this to be a higher scoring game. The Jaguars defense is kind of like a hot knife through butter in ways. And the Browns defensive numbers are skewed to me at this point. They're not the dominant force. Much better at home than they are on the road. And this is the case where they are at home. And are we missing Christian Kirk? Is he listed? That would be another question for me. I don't see him listed. So I'm assuming he's out. So maybe more of a Ridley day. Or even Travis Etienne, they might kind of lean on him a little bit more. There's a Parker Washington prop for plus 550 for anytime touchdown score. But maybe Evan Ingram, he kind of emerged last week for Jacksonville. Tough spot for the Jags, I think, here in Cleveland. But, I mean, I think Flacco is going to keep you in the game regardless. I wouldn't doubt both of these teams get into the low 20s to score, honestly, against each other. So that being said, I would look at a little bit of an alternate over here. I don't think I have a straight opinion on the side. But go ahead and give me a Jerome Ford touchdown at plus 155. I would say that's the most likely thing to happen here. And probably Etienne as well. You can probably parlay those two guys together if you really want to. At plus 445 is your number of Etienne and Jerome Ford both get in the end zone, which I will say that they both will today. So I'm going to mark both of these guys down for a play that I have not involved them in yet. So give me a little bit of an over. Give me the two running backs here. Impressive that Lawrence is going to play. Anthony, you might have more on his status right now for him. I mean, do you have him as listed?
As of now, he's a true game time decision. We will find out. But you were talking about Christian Kirk. We're done talking about him until virtually, unless they make it to the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl, because he sustained a core muscle / groin injury last Monday night. He's out for the count.
All right, so he's not going to be able to run. He's out
for
the count. All right.
As you were talking about Parker Washington, in his absence, 6 catches on 6 targets for 61 yards and a touchdown Monday night. Not bad.
Wow, not bad at all. Over under for his receiving yards today, just 24.5. Now, I don't have an alternate number on him, but 24.5 seems pretty low. So maybe take a shot on that. What are your initial thoughts of how this game may play out, Anthony? Lower scoring, higher scoring?
I just feel like Cleveland's going to win this game. And I do believe Jerome Ford, and I hate that I'm going to actually put money on Jerome Ford after what he did to me 3 weeks ago.
Right.
But I actually believe that he's going to score this time, even at least once. It's at home. The weather's going to be crappy. I know the weather is actually lightened up a little bit. And if you actually are looking out the window, you're looking at a little bit of sunlight. That's exactly what Cleveland's seeing right now.
All right, yeah.
So,
not as bad as Baltimore for sure.
Not at all. So what you're seeing in what you're seeing outside right now is exactly what Cleveland's seeing right now. Sunshine in spurts. Wind gusts are still higher than normal, but it's going to be a high running game. I don't expect much passing. I mean, you're going to get your Ridley catches and whatnot, Evan Ingram. I actually don't mind the tight ends in this. So David Njoku is actually one of my fan favorites, especially with Joe Flacco at the helm.
Right. Yeah. Flacco does like the tight ends. And Njoku's 34.5, and Ingram is 44.5. And you got to figure Ridley's going to get blanketed by the Cleveland quarterback, right? I mean, he's about the best in the league. So, Dave, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, Steve, I'm going to be expecting some points here, too. I would trust both the running backs, I feel like, in this one. But what I'm going to do here, Steve, is I'm going to keep it pretty simple. And I'm going to trust that somehow both of these teams can score 1 touchdown in each half. And there's a nice plus 380 number on that. And I'm going to go ahead and jump onto that, Steve. And just kind of keep this game simple and just take that one thing away from it. If Jacksonville and the Browns can't score a touchdown in each half, then we've got some bad things going on there.
I think Jacksonville automatically lets the other teams score a touchdown in each half. And then they should be able to generate enough firepower to make that come through, David. I would at least think so.
Right.
But alternate total number over, if I was going to peg it to a point where I would be comfortable in doing so, why does 27-17 kind of come to mind? 27-21, something like that. So I would look at an alternate over total of, well, over 44.5, you get 3-1 odds. So that's about the route I would take there with Cleveland and Jacksonville. All right, next on the slate. These teams had 800 yards of offense the last time that they played, but the game stayed under. And I'm talking about Tampa Bay and the Falcons. Falcons are minus 2.5. Over under is 41. Well, I kind of think it's going to be the same thing. Up and down the field a little bit. Fun game. And actually, the total is up now a little bit. It was a little lower. So I would look at another over type of scenario. Now, it's kind of gross to say Buccaneers and over in the same sentence. I get it. But they had so many yards against each other the last time, and now they're going to move this act indoors. Mike Evans has been a beast. He's been sensational. So he's only minus 115 for a touchdown. I would expect Rachaad White to get in there again at some point, plus 125. As far as the Falcons go, you just don't know with them. You really, really do not. Desmond Ridder at plus 410 is not the worst number in the world. Receiving prop wise, actually, let me look at the rushing prop. Ridder is at 13.5.
for his rushing yards. So I would look for that over, actually. Receiving yards wise, I would take a look at Rachaad White at over 24.5. I think that's fair game for sure. There's a Van Jefferson sighting. Van Jefferson is, where has he been, Anthony? Over under 12.5 yards for Van Jefferson. Has he been hurt?
No, they just don't care about him.
They just don't care about him. All right, yeah, okay. So interesting game here. I just think it's a little bit of higher scoring game, and they're going to move the ball again. And you know what? This is the kind of game where all kinds of weird people score, like your Cade Ottens of the world. Maybe Godwin can find the end zone. Finally, maybe Kyle Pitts gets into the end zone. That kind of dealio here. A lot of different scores, potentially. You know what? I bet you, even if you want to do your old field goal kicker parlay, or with the two kickers here today, I think that's fair game. Koo's points is 7.5. I could see that as an over. McLaughlin is 6.5. I could see that as an over as well. But I think both of these teams are able to score against each other, and I think a little bit of a higher scoring game. Dave, what's your thoughts here?
Steve, I think I like a chance to get some usage out of Tyler Algier today. He's got a pretty low total, I think it was. I think on the alt for him for 40 plus was at like plus 150. If it's just going to be one of those games, you got to figure, they're going to be spreading the ball around. It's indoors. I think he has a chance to get some usage today, so maybe at any time for him. But other than that, Steve,
I'm waiting for Cordero Patterson to come in the room today for the Robinsons of the world and the Algiers of the world at some point.
He might have some good receiving yardage if you look at Patterson today. I don't know, Steve, if you want to go by way of field goals, over 3.5, minus 110, you really got to get 5 field goals to get a really nice number out of it. Are they going to do that? I don't know, maybe. But give me some Tyler Algier today.
I could see 5 field goals. What's the number on that?
Plus 225.
What do you got, Anthony? Injuries, fantasy angles? What are you looking at here?
I think I'm going to go back to the Evans train on this. I know Atlanta is technically third against pass defense, especially the way that their corners actually cover. Atlanta's actually pretty good on defense, but all it takes is one play from Evans. And frankly, although Godwin got a touchdown last week, he didn't get a catch. It was a rushing touchdown.
Right.
And Rachaad White, he did fine, and I think he's going to be fine as well. I actually might go back to what Dave said a few weeks ago with the Cade Otton train and go with him. As far as this game is concerned, I believe it's going to be Tampa, and frankly, I'm going to take the over in this. I think it's going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be a shootout, or at least too much of a shootout, but I do believe they will cover the, 40?
41. Yeah, I just feel like that's too low.
Yeah, I think it's too low. What? It's in the Dome, right? This isn't in Tampa, right?
Yes. Inside.
You got to think Atlanta always gets that goofy, random defensive touchdown, which I actually might consider taking. But with Mike Evans being the stud he's been this year, look, 10 years straight with 1,000 receiving yards.
That's incredible.
That's got to be I don't know if that's a record or not, but that's insane.
60.
So I'm gonna go with Evans on this. I actually like the Algier because the one thing I noticed with Atlanta is they're actually starting to use Bijan. About damn time. It's only been 14 weeks into the year where they finally incorporated their eighth pick overall. But I don't mind seeing Algier actually get in. And to be dead honest, Cordell Patterson, I will not be surprised to see him get in the end zone either.
Right, he's due at some point. Evans
plus 600 for 2 touchdowns. Bijan plus 550. Rashad White plus 850. Drake London 20-1. Algiers 21-1. 2 touchdowns. There's a good number. Godwin 25-1. Kyle Pitts 35-1. Cade Otton 39-1. All right, so it looks like we have a sneaky potential over game. Everyone can kind of agree on here. I think we all like Evans. He is absolutely a beast. Updated soccer scores real quick. Fulham 4, West Ham 0, 73rd minute. Everton 1, Chelsea 0, 72nd minute. And Man City 2, Luton Town 1 in the 73rd minute. In case you guys have any action on soccer, there are your scores there. What is the next game on the board here? Interesting game to me. Chicago has one of the better run defenses here and better defenses here in the last 6 weeks or so. They're catching a field goal at home against Detroit. Detroit jumped out to the big lead last week at New Orleans, only to kind of shut it down and almost let it completely slip away until they were able to hang on and win at the end. But in any case, they got 33 points on the board, so they got to be happy about that. Here comes a Bears team who's been playing extremely feisty. They're off a bye week, so potentially healthy. Maybe been working on a little bit of a secret game plan here to take out their division nemesis Lions. But it's a field goal on the road for Detroit. Over-under is 43.5. Weather is not as bad. Here's my deal with Detroit. If you are a good team, this is a game you have to win. And you have to win kind of flexing your muscles. I'm going to trust that they're able to do that. So I think 3 is too low, to be honest, as far as laying this against the Bears team that's not going to be doing anything in the postseason. I'm going to have confidence in Detroit. Now, Jared Goff does not play well in cold games either. We've kind of known that, kind of had to reteach ourselves that. So that is kind of the case here today with the Lions at the Bears. But go ahead and give me the Lions here. And I'm not too sure what I want to go on prop-wise. I'm going to leave that at the hands of you two guys to try to enlighten me here because I don't want to play the Gibbs versus Montgomery guessing game. I'm going to take Amon-Ra St. Brown for 1 touchdown somewhere, plus 140. I would even look at Laporta Potty at plus 160 for him to score. You know that Cole Kmet is loved by Justin Fields. He's at 240 for an anytime touchdown. DJ Moore plus 175. Fields himself plus 190. Foreman plus 290. That actually might be the play. Khalil Herbert plus 320. I'll start with you, Anthony. Interesting game here. I think the Lions can handle business. I wouldn't doubt that they win this game by a couple of scores, but the Bears have been feisty. So what do you got here?
I wouldn't be surprised if they won by a couple of scores, but I also wouldn't be surprised if the Bears won outright.
Right.
And frankly, what I'm looking at is the highlights and the stat sheet from when they played. I believe they played Thanksgiving?
Detroit played Green Bay on Thanksgiving, yes.
Oh no, that was
no. They played the Bears in a close game. They had to come back probably about a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and that is when the Bears did have a double-digit lead in Detroit, and the Lions basically had to pull a miracle out of their hat to win that game.
Yeah, I think it was a week before Thanksgiving.
Week before Thanksgiving.
I'm looking at DJ Moore right now. 7 catches on 9 targets for 96 yards and a touchdown. Sheesh.
That was against Detroit last time?
Yeah, that was against Detroit last time. I'm also let me look at another guy real quick just for fun. And I was actually looking at Cole Kmet.
He had a good game against Detroit, I think, if I recall.
He only got 3 catches.
Okay.
3 catches on 4 targets for 20 yards. But remember what Cole Kmet is. He's just that one random white guy who just runs around and randomly gets open, and then Fields was like, hey, look, there's some guy who's open. Let's throw it to him. And then he's wide open 35 yards down the field.
Yeah, he's running free. Big man can't tackle him. Yep. He's a yak guy, that's for sure.
He's
as
like,
far as the running backs are concerned, I have no freaking clue. I really have zero. I have no idea. It could be Rashawn Johnson. It could be Khalil Herbert. Deontay Foreman still in. As far as those guys, flip a coin. I got nothing on them. You guys want to play a little roulette? You get Johnson, I get Herbert,
yeah,
and then
right.
yeah, and you know what, Dave? We'll stick you with Foreman. You get the stinky one.
Well, I had him on my fantasy team, so that makes sense anyway.
Yeah, I got nothing on the running backs. I have no idea what they're going to do. It's Justin Fields, it's DJ Moore, it's Cole Kmet, and that's it. And I'm oddly concerned that Chicago is going to win this game. I have zero stats to back this up. I'm just worried.
All right, interesting game in Chicago. Yeah, and Montgomery Gibbs, again, a coin flip. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, the shared backfields is a tough one to deal with. I'd much rather have a Rashad White situation,
Well, the biggest thing with Detroit is this is David Montgomery's second revenge game against Chicago.
Right, yeah, good point.
And now they're back at Soldier Field. So if you're looking at any angle on a touchdown score, this has to be Montgomery's game, right?
I was going to take him for 2, even though we have that backfield shared. I think for 2 it's plus 500, but I could see it happening.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's why I'm asking you guys here. You might talk me on
plus 500 for 2.
I see him at plus 550 on my site too, so a little bit better.
Damn.
St. Brown is plus 950. Gibbs 10-1. Laporta 11-1. Fields 14-1. DJ Moore 14-1. Cole Kmet 20-1. Foreman 23-1. Herbert 26-1. Rashawn Johnson 30-1. How about a long shot? He's been scoring touchdowns. Jamison Williams 75-1 for 2 touchdowns. He's been getting in the end zone. So maybe a shot there. And running the ball. Jamison Williams, they'll hand the ball off to him.
Right.
You got to remember that as well. Passing props in this game. Fields is 197.5, and Goff is 237.5. Dave, is that your main play, Montgomery?
Yes. Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Anything else on this one, boys?
I think it should be a sneakily entertaining game.
I could see over 43.5, I guess, too, in this one. And now that you say that. I just think Detroit's more of an over team. Del Grande thinks they're more of an under team. I feel like they want to score. And they had 61 points in that game last week. Part of my winning ticket, too, against the Saints last week. I expect a good number to be put up by Detroit. Can the Bears get 1, 2? Let's see. Total team points here. Bears 20.5. Lions 23.5. I've liked the Lions over 23.5 team points for sure. I would take that.
I think that's probably a pretty good play.
All right. This is a weird game. Maybe because it is because of the line. The Texans are -3. Over-unders 32.5 is low. Here we go. Wind and rain again. But neither of these teams, I think, is Breece Hall out, Anthony?
No, he's playing.
Okay. So Hall was in. We lost to Tank Dell. So that's a big loss for the season. But the Texans don't run the ball, really. They like to throw. And I don't see any reason why that's going to change today. Sauce Gardner is probably going to get a big piece of Nico Collins, which I think leaves open Noah Brown for potential to have a good game today. He's 38.5 for his over-under receiving yards. Robert Woods could be another one, just 16.5 for his over-under receiving yards. All right, so I think those are 2 decent ones because I think Stroud is still going to throw. He's still going to have his chance to move the ball. The Jets, I was trying to call them, I think, a bad defense last night, and Anthony said, no, they're a good defense. They're a good defense. So, yes, they are a good defense. The Jets somehow got back to Zach Wilson, I think, can sneakily get back into this game. And how about this? Zach Wilson was not on the board for rushing yards earlier. And I was trying to predict it with Dave Del Grande, and I told him it would be somewhere around 12 or 13, I would think. And he said that he rushes the ball a lot, and he thought it would be more like 33. His number is 11.5 now that it's on the board. So maybe some Zach Wilson over 11.5 rushing yards you can get me involved with. Because he likes to bail out of the pocket and run the first chance that he gets. But I think completely outclassed. And Stroud at 10.5 for his rushing yards is a good one too, I would say. Because the Jets will flush him a little bit. But I will say this. I think the Texans get their share of points. The Jets might be a little bit better at home than we're going to expect today. Thus, this rainy, windy over-under of 32.5, I don't think stands a chance to be an under game like the Falcons were last week in New York. So give me a sneaky over in this game. Give me some Noah Brown props. And I will take that Zach Wilson over 11.5 rushing yards. And I'll take the CJ Stroud over 10.5 rushing yards as well. Touchdown scores in this game. Anytime for one. Nico Collins is plus 160. Breece Hall is plus 170. Pierce plus 270. Garrett Wilson plus 280. Will Garrett Wilson ever score again? Noah Brown plus 320. Singletary is plus 340. Brevin Jordan is plus 390. He could be one of the sleepers sneaking into the picture receiver-wise. Israel Abanikandi is plus 440. There's a Dalvin Cook signing at plus 440. Tyler Conklin, 6-1. We haven't seen Mechie get involved at all, plus 850 for him. Stroud at 9-1 for a touchdown. That's not the worst thing, actually, in the world. David, I'll start with you. What are you looking at here?
So, Steve, I actually like the Texans on the alt line at 5.5. I think they're the better team here. And there was and I like Nico Collins to get in today. I know he's going to be covered by Sauce, but
I think he's a little overrated anyway, but go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of do as well, Steve. I think, we've watched Collins kind of emerge the past couple weeks, so I feel pretty good about that. And there's a play on here for receiving touchdowns. If you take away the anything, in case he gets a rush, like an end around or something, Nico Collins for a receiving touchdown is plus 190. So that's something that I'm really looking at right now. And again, Steve, give me the Texans minus 5.5, but I think they could probably go by 2 scores.
What are you thinking here, Anthony?
Is it weird that I actually want to watch this game with you guys? I don't want to watch this because I know it's going to be terrible, but I also really want to watch this game to see if this actually could happen because, what is it, 32.5? Look, we got 23-mile-an-hour winds, gusts all the way up to 40 miles an hour today. You have the stink of the stink with the Jets, and now you have a reluctant Zach Wilson coming back, who's actually their best quarterback right now after they let go of Tim Stupid Boyle. Fire this game up, and I hate this because, one, I have CJ Stroud in our fantasy league. I have Nico Collins in another league, and I'm starting both of them, and I hate it. And I'm actually benching Breece Hall in my other league, and I feel terrible about it. However, Tyler Conklin, I don't mind him. No Dalton Schultz, no problem. Fire up Robert Woods. Noah Brown will play today. He's going to be on a limit count. I know Nico's going to be covered by Sauce. I understand your negative over Sauce. Still pretty good though. That Tank Dell guy getting hurt, that's going to screw a lot of things up. I'm worried about the Texans team as a whole because this Jets defense is actually pretty damn good.
They will miss Tank Dell. They'll be interesting to see how they respond in his absence moving forward for sure. So an interesting game here.
And that's oddly why I kind of want to watch it. I kind of want to see how this Jets team does respond after this whole Zach Wilson crap over the week, during the week. Because if you remember what Robert Saleh pretty much said, it was like, hey, Zach Wilson, you're starting again next week. And Zach Wilson was like, no, I don't want to. Well, guess what? We just released Tim Boyle. You have no choice. Well, I still don't want to. And then Robert Saleh pretty much was like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
What do you have?
And then Zach was like, fine, I'll play.
What do you have for his rushing numbers, Zach Wilson?
I'm trying to find out, actually. Let me get back to you on that, actually.
All right, get back to me. And this is the end of the 1 o'clock slate. So we'll move to the 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time window where we have 4 games. That's the way we like it. We'll start with the first one, 49ers and the Seahawks, 4:05 Eastern Standard Time, minus 13.5 for the 49ers. Over-under is at 46.5. My player prop of the century of Thanksgiving night, Geno Smith under 224 yards, 224.5 passing yards, came in with flying colors, although he did have a little bit better of a second half. In that game, didn't do anything in the first half. Geno's actually off the board again now. I'm not so sure what's up with that. He was up to 245.5 on his passing yards. It has now dropped back to 235.5. Is he hurt, Anthony, that we don't know about? I mean, he's been hurt that we do know about, but is it enough to scratch him today?
There's a reason why he's off the board. He may not play.
Yeah, he may not be in there. By the
way, I just looked up Zach Wilson's rushing yards, 11.5. I'm taking that.
Yeah, because he's been over 11.5 a good amount of times, right?
and CJ Stroud, 10.5.
Yeah, both of those are real.
I'm taking both of them.
Yep. So if there is no Geno Smith, then we are looking at an absolute bloodbath here. And that's why this line's moved from 10.5 to 13.5. Honestly, if there is no Geno Smith, the 49ers are going to win this game by 30 points. They are, literally.
So Geno Smith hasn't been rolled out yet, but they are preparing Drew Lock to start.
Yeah, this is going to be a fest. A San Fran defensive touchdown is plus 550. For 2 touchdowns for the San Francisco defense. That's one I'm going to be interested in. 65-1 odds for that. 2 touchdowns for McCaffrey is only plus 145. I think Debo gets in the mix again today. He had a good game against Seattle his last time out. I know we like to play the Ayuk Samuel back and forth type of dealio, but it's been Samuel here the last few weeks. He's getting a lot of carries as well now. We might not have Elijah Mitchell either. Is that correct, Anthony? If that's the case, Debo's going to get even more carries, potentially.
Mitchell's not playing today.
Yeah.
He was doubtful all week.
So how about Debo at now 13.5? This has gone up a full point since we discussed it earlier. He was at 12.5. So Debo's rushing yards is at 13.5. No alternate number for him. McCaffrey's at 81.5. McCaffrey is the highest scoring anytime touchdown favorite I've ever seen, prop wise. Minus 350 for one by McCaffrey. Debo's plus 115. Ayuk's plus 130. Kittle's, he's due. I swear he's due. Plus 140. DK's 2-1. Kenneth Walker to third helps Seattle a little bit in that regard. Plus 210 for him. Charbonnet is plus 270 for a score. Lockett plus 340. Smith and Jigba plus 360. I do like the San Fran defense. That's going to be interesting. Plus 550 for them. Let's see. Passing wise, Purdy always has 3 touchdown passes. So if he does it again today, it's at plus 280. We're still getting good numbers on that for Brock Purdy. And maybe a little bit of a push for MVP, but it's hard to say that when you have Christian McCaffrey as an MVP candidate as well. Both of those guys can't share the spotlight in that regard. Give me the 49ers in an absolute bloodbath today. Dave, I'll start with you.
Yeah, Steve, this is going to be probably an absolute slaughter by the Niners, especially if we figure out that Geno can't go. So I think it's just the regular cast of characters here for the Niners. I was thinking about maybe doing each team for a rushing touchdown, but the Seahawks make me a little bit nervous in that regard. So, Steve, I think it's really the Niners or nothing here. If you want to take receiving props, rushing props, we kind of have a good feel on how this one's going to end up. So I think it's anything Niners, Steve. You can rushing, receiving, whatever you want to do, really.
To win by 20 points is plus 176. To win by 24 points is plus 285. Anthony, is this a bloodbath?
I might make 5 different parlays. Well, I'm going to, and it's going to have one of 5 different 49ers on each spot. McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, San Fran defense. I might even throw Purdy in there because I don't know which one's going to have the game. Everyone thinks it might be the 49ers defense, and frankly, I do hope so because I need San Fran's defense to score heavily today. But did you say that McCaffrey was plus 145 to score twice?
Yes.
That's insane.
Yep.
That's
3 touchdowns for McCaffrey, which you can't roll out as plus 550.
The worst part is it could happen. And it's not going to be surprising. It's like, oh, look, McCaffrey had 3. Oh, look, he had 4. Whatever. Like, I'm surprised FanDuel hasn't made, McCaffrey to score 4 times at least at like plus 1,100. I would have. Get a few of us losers like us to bite. But I'll still stick with Debo. I'll stick with look. I'm going to stick with all of them: McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. Maybe I'll throw a Purdy in there. Maybe San Fran's defense against Drew Lock. We've got to remember, San Fran's seen Drew Lock a few times in Denver.
This could be a complete bloodbath. How about 13.5 rushing yards for Debo? You on that?
I might just take him at plus, 25. What is it? Was it FanDuel takes what? Only 25 at the minimum?
For the alternate rush yards, yes, but he is not on the board that I see for that. The only running back I got on Russian props right now is McCaffrey and Debo. I don't even have Walker to third in there. Do you expect Kenneth Walker to third back?
Looks like they're both playing.
Okay.
Yeah, him and
that's Seattle's lone hope if they have no Geno. That's their best hope in any case.
Walker and the fine wine Charbonnet himself out of UCLA is playing.
All right. Okay. All right. So 49ers green light, not so much on the Seahawks with that one. All right. This could be Justin Jefferson all day, all night long in Vegas. Vegas is just the right team to let this guy run completely free through their stadium as he comes back. And the Vikings need him. Del Grande said it. If the Vikings are going to have any kind of playoff run, they need Justin Jefferson and they need him to be good. So why not get him back up to speed right now? -3 is the line. Over-under is 40.5. I think that actually – I was kind of leaning towards a lower scoring game here because of the defensive-minded coaches. But I could see this where this is a little bit more wide open, actually. This really – Dobbs is going to be a big X factor here. He's got to be able to get Justin Jefferson the ball. I'm going to expect Justin Jefferson to score today. At least one at plus 145. I do love that number. Other touchdown scorers are Jacobs at -115, Madison at +145, Devontae Adams +165, TJ Hawkinson +195, Jordan Addison +260, Jacoby Myers +300, Josh Dobbs +310, KJ Osborne +480, Ty Chandler +420. Jefferson for 2 touchdowns is great at 11-1. You'll never get that number with him again, to be honest. And I bet him for 3 touchdowns straight up. That is at 85-1 right now. It was at 95-1, dropped to 80-1, now back to 85-1. I mean, why not just put $5 on that for the heck of it to win $425? So give me some Justin Jefferson all day, all night long here in Vegas. I'm back on the Jefferson train. I pick him every week anyway when he's healthy. So now that he's back, here we go again. And you know what? I think it's kind of, Del Grande kind of said this. This is going to be low. If Jefferson is going to have a good day, Dobbs is going to have a decent day as well. 218 yards is the baseline for Josh Dobbs for his passing. So I think you can bump that up alternate-wise and get paid good. You get nearly 2-1 at 250-plus yards for Dobbs. 275-plus is +370. And I think it is a green light for the Minnesota boys here. I'm going to expect them to win this game. I think -3 is going to be kind of cheap in that regard. The Raiders, I like their renewed vigor with their coach, Antonio Pierce, and both of these teams are coming off buys, so that helps them both in that regard. But I think Jefferson's going to be the difference maker here. The Devontae Adams may have say otherwise, but Aiden O'Connell is going to have to be able to get him the ball. Both of the quarterbacks are at 218.5 for their baseline. But give me Jefferson all day, Anthony. What do you got in this one?
Jefferson at 85-1. 3 touchdowns.
I don't ever bet 3 touchdown scorers, but today would be the day that's going to change. I do once in a while. But, man, I mean, why not take Jefferson for 3 and even throw in a Tyreek for 1? Literally. I mean, you take a Jefferson for 3 and find a couple other guys you can link to him because you could really jack them up.
You're in Vegas. You got Josh Dobbs coming back. It's kind of like his own little reunion coming back in Vegas. Now you have this new secret weapon, Justin Jefferson, who he's never thrown to before, but he's going to thoroughly enjoy it. But what I'm intrigued on is why not pivot and throw to Addison, who he actually has a little bit of a rapport with, knowing that his odds have gone down just a tick. I don't mind Jordan Addison whatsoever.
Nephew Dave?
So, Steve, I'm going to go with Jefferson for 2. But I'm also going to take a look at some Joshua Dobbs rushing props at over 25.5. He likes to use his legs. So that's something that I would probably kind of sprinkle in there. But I think it's just having Jefferson back. It's time to take a shot on him. I'm going to take him for 2, and he's going to find his way onto that list for sure. But also, Steve, I do agree that I think you can have an alt line here for the Vikings.
Right. Let's actually take a look at that real quick. See what we need to jack them up to. Anything else in this game stick out to you, Anthony?
I'm just hoping Devontae Adams freaking scores. Because he's on my fantasy team, and I need him this week. Bad.
I told my brother to play his lineup, too, just so you know.
Did he ever respond to you?
He has not.
All right. How can we threaten your brother over the air?
Vikings alt line today is at he'll probably get to it. I texted him early this morning. He's West Coast time. You got to remember that. -9.5 is +240. -12.5 is at +340. So those would be your benchmarks to win by 2 scores. All right.
this game could be disgusting or fun. You never know with these two. Talking about Denver and the Chargers. Only the Chargers can shut out a team, hold them to 0 points and not cover a point spread. But that's what the Chargers do. They do Charger type of things. -3 for them.
Sorry, that's made me laugh. Because I'm only laughing because it's the same stupid team. It's the same stupid team that beat Pittsburgh at home on Thursday.
Honestly, the Charger breakdown could be the same thing every week. Literally could. -3 for them, 44.5. Denver losing disappointingly with a last chance effort in Houston last week, but they throw a pick. Russell Wilson did that. So it is a 3-point game here, over under 44.5. I think Denver can win this game outright. I think they're trending in the better direction. And how about this, Anthony? Denver is right now, if Kansas City, and we'll talk about Kansas City in a second. But you want a sneaky one? How about Kansas City to fumble away that division? Denver wins today. Chiefs lose today. Denver is 1 game out of first place with the tiebreaker against the Chiefs, and they are paying right now 32-1 to win that division. So
that's very doable because obviously we're going to get into the Bills Chiefs game, and we're all on Buffalo, of course. No spoiler or anything, but we're all on Buffalo. Dave, and if you're on to Kansas City, then go home. But other than that, if Denver wins this game against the stupid Chargers, you're right.
Give me some Cortland Sutton today because he's been money every week. He seems to score. He loves him. Plus 145 for him today. I wouldn't even doubt that he gets 2. I think you can put him on the 4 p.m. window, 2 touchdown scorer list at 11-1. And Russell Wilson, I think he can have some passing success as well. 212 yards is his baseline. I think he can go over that, but I would look at his touchdowns more so than that. 2+ touchdowns is plus 126. 3 touchdowns for Russell Wilson is at plus 520. Justin Herbert, I can see him throwing a pick today, plus 124 for that. Because he always seems to throw at least a pick, at least this season anyway. Give me Denver. Give me a higher scoring game because the Chargers can make it that way at home. 44.5 is probably not enough. This is somewhere like a 27-24 game to me, something like that. And I think Denver can edge it out at the end of the day. What do you think, Dave?
I think Denver does win this game, Steve, and this is a money line Denver Broncos play for me all day. It's happening. It's going down. I just don't trust the Chargers at all. It's a team that I really thought was going to be a lot better this year, and Steve, they are pretty much in dire straits just to try and stay relevant in the playoff picture. And you know what? I'm sorry, but I'm not. I just don't think that they have it, and I think Denver is a little bit better of a team. They're on the road, but again, Chargers have not impressed me, and this is a Broncos money line play all day long.
Touchdown scores, Eckler minus 135, Allen minus 105, Javonte Williams, the Denver running back, plus 110, Sutton again at plus 145, Judy plus 230, Josh Kelly at 3-1, Isaiah Spiller 3-1, Gerald Everett plus 310, Quentin Johnson plus 340, Anthony's Donald Parham at plus 390. First touchdown scorer today for Donald Parham is at 17-1 odds. So he's actually lower on that scale than what he typically is. But nonetheless, I'm sure a play from the Ant-Man later. 2 touchdown scorers, Eckler plus 470, Keenan Allen 7-1, Javonte Williams plus 750. I like the Sutton number, 11-1. Judy 19-1, Kelly 25-1. Gerald Everett, 31-1. Quentin Johnson just doesn't do anything.
he is so due to do something that's not even funny. 33-1. What do you got here, Anthony?
There was rumors about Austin Eckler actually getting benched this week. And then Eckler pretty much came out because he actually has a podcast. I believe he has a podcast on Yahoo. I think every Tuesday and Thursday, something along those lines, where he pretty much just smirked everyone else over, saying, "Oh, guys, shut up! I just had a bad game." Because you have to remember, they played against New England at Gillette in those crappy conditions. Now you're playing this game's at home, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this game's in San Diego. This game's in Los Angeles against the crappy Broncos. Give me Eckler for 2. I mean, if you're going to ask for a bounce back game for Eckler, especially for someone who's been so much on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, blah, 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 hate it as much as you want, but guess what? The dude's on it, and he's a likable guy too. And guess what? I think Herbert's going to feed him the ball because, frankly, a lot of those guys on the Chargers team, they're in the hot seat, and they better win or they're screwed. And you better give one of your best players the damn ball. You can make an argument, offensive player, Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, Herbert, blah, blah, blah. You better give Eckler the ball. I can make a valid excuse of why Eckler's going to score twice today.
A good angle, Anthony. That's the one I'm trying to get out of this show is this kind of thing. Yeah, Eckler probably is due, isn't he?
This is the kind of Eckler due game. Now, I'm going to give you one that has no angle. Something that you should just throw up about. And I'm only talking about this because I'm biased, because I have no choice, because I have stupid Terry McLaurin on bye and Christian Watson's on my bench because he's hurt. So I have no choice but to start Jerry Jeudy. So I'm going to be a biased little shit, and I'm going to say this is going to be the Jerry Jeudy explode week. So I'm going to fire up Jerry Jeudy for 2 goddamn touchdowns.
Jeudy at 19-1, Anthony. You get paid. There you go. So you do the old Jeudy Eckler combination, right?
No. Oh, well, maybe. Well, depends on how much. It all depends on how much Fireball we drink once I bring it over in a couple hours.
Oh, no.
Oh, by the way, Dave, get ready for some Fireball. Jeez, oh man.
I'll pass.
That's the last
thing I want right now. I'll tell you that right now.
You know what? Thank God. That's the best thing I could have heard right there because I don't want to have any of it. I need an excuse not to have it.
Yeah, put it away.
I'm going to have my good. I'm going to have my. Once we do our little 2 touchdown, regime. Dave Montgomery, this guy Eckler, but I'm also going to have my goofball 2 touchdown parlay, and Jerry Jeudy's going to be in it. Now, could he catch 3 balls for 20 yards? Of course. Excuse me. Guess what? I'm okay with that. But if he hits, you heard it here first. This is the Jerry Jeudy blow-up week.
All right, there you go.
All right.
Jerry Jeudy getting some run here on the round robin. 11:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll wrap up with the night games here. How about that? Good one tonight with Dallas and the Eagles. Del Grande thinks, we can't skip Buffalo and Kansas City. What am I doing? Yes, I do love Buffalo, Anthony. Catching 1.5 over under 48.5. Give me some Josh Allen. Give me some Josh Allen touchdown props. Give me Josh Allen for 2 again because he's running the ball a lot more. He's angry with the Chiefs overall in life, so that's going to make him play hard for sure. I think it's a green light here for all the Bills guys receiving props wise. Diggs is 74.5. Gabe Davis 40.5. Dalton Kincaid is 36.5. Oh, but look who we have back here. Well, actually, I don't see him. Maybe.
Awesome.
Yeah, Dawson Knox, right? He's back.
Awesome.
I don't have Dawson Knox's yards available, but he is paying nice for an anytime touchdown today. Anytime touchdown scores for the Bills and the Chiefs. Kelsey's minus 130. Diggs plus 105. Allen plus 155. Edwards, Hilaire plus 160.
Rashee Rice plus 165. Cook at plus 200. Kincaid is at plus 200. Davis as at 220. I would look at Jerick McKinnon at plus 230 for a touchdown potentially. In fact, I won't look at his receiving yards in a minute. But Dawson Knox is all the way down to plus 430 for one touchdown. And he has scored twice, many times in his career. Dawson Knox today for 2 touchdowns is 50-1 odds. Receiving wise, do we get a number on McKinnon? Yes, I do love it. 21.5 is McKinnon's receiving yards. So I'm going to have to take that over as well with some of these other guys that we've been talking about, like the Njokus of the world and Joe Mixon receiving yards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But a fun game, more green lights for the Bills than I will for the Chiefs. Now, if you do want the Chief numbers, they are low-hanging fruit. Valdez-Scantling, just 15.5. Sky Moore, just 15.5. Justin Watson, 26.5. Noah Gray at 12.5. He seems to get a lot of run from Patrick Mahomes. The other kind of long shot, crazy one, I would say, if you want to have some fun with this game, do a 2-touchdown scorer parlay. Take them all straight up. Take it straight up and then parlay them together. Do a 2-touchdown parlay with Josh Allen, and I'll throw Patrick Mahomes in there for 2 touchdowns. $5 on that pays $2,381. All right, green light, guys.
Yeah, green light everything. All of them.
Anthony?
Everyone, I'm actually targeting Gabe Davis because 3 catches, 73 yards, and a score last year when they played Kansas City.
He's a Chiefs killer.
We all remember what he did, and we all remember what he did against the Chiefs 2 years ago in that playoff game. Correct?
18-1 for him for 2 scores today. Yes, he throttled them.
He bulldozed them.
Can you parlay Gabe Davis at 160-1 for 3 touchdowns to Justin Jefferson for 3 touchdowns for the Vikings? I've heard of dumber things in the universe, but just to throw that. How about this? Ridiculous parlay of things? Yes. So what do you think this $5 bet pays for Davis for 3 touchdowns and Justin Jefferson for 3 touchdowns? What do you think $5 pays, Dave?
5 or 6 grand.
What do you think, Anthony?
70 grand.
Did you say 70 grand?
Yeah.
$69,225.
Impressive.
That is a double showcase winner on the Price is Right. Although you did go over, but we can't thank you for that. Now look at this.
I'm so damn close. How about that?
The other 3 touchdown scorer, which is obvious by the numbers today, would be McCaffrey. So,
yeah,
McCaffrey, Jefferson, and Gabe Davis. I just might have to do this out of principle. $5 pays $449,990.
I'm just gonna say that's got to be at least $500,000.
$1 pays about $90,000. So, because of the Davis success, because Justin Jefferson could run all over the Raiders, and because McCaffrey, the numbers alone say for 3 touchdowns, I'm going to at least have to
probably going to do it.
Have to do some sort of a round robin with that there. In fact, you can almost round robin with Debo in there as well. In fact, CeeDee Lamb would be a good one to throw into that mix, maybe, for tonight, because they like to throw the ball to him. That's for sure. All right, so green light for everything Buffalo in this game. And we'll get to this game with the CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys. 3.5, 51.5. This is an NFC East matchup, David, so I'll start with you.
All right, Steve. So Eagles Cowboys. I mean, this is you talked about it with Del Grande, and he made some really good points on that. So I think everybody should probably go back and listen to at least that segment there. Huge game for the Eagles in Dallas. But the one thing that would make me nervous if I'm an Eagles fan today is that Dallas is just not losing home games right now. And they've actually looked pretty damn good on the offensive side of the ball. We know that their defense has let up some points at times, but in big games, I think you kind of have to trust them somewhat. So Steve, over 51.5. It's just it might be the usual cast of characters here. You take some CD, take some Brown. I think overall this is going to be a really good game. I would take the Eagles though, plus 150 on the money line. You just don't ever see that. So Steve, I hate to say it, but give me the Eagles. I think this is a really close game.
Dave calling for the upset. Yeah, the Cowboys have trouble when it comes to the top tier teams. What do you got on this one, Anthony?
You got to think that this is kind of like a playoff game.
It really is.
This is what this is in Philly, right?
Yes, in Dallas.
Oh, this is in Dallas?
Yes.
This is Dallas's true test because, number one, if they don't win this game, then they're not going to get home field advantage at all or anything, frankly, because they're not going to win the division and they're not going to ever get a home game because Philly's going to get the number one seed if they lose. More than likely, or if it's San Fran, and they're screwed if they do that too. This is their one true chance at an actual playoff game. Can they prove that they're an actual team, or are they just the same stupid Cowboys that screw it up at the end? They pull this off tonight, then I'll actually pay attention to like First Take and Pardon the Interruption and all that crap. Because that means that Dallas actually has the capability, because this Philly team's pretty damn good. And guess what? No matter what you've heard on the Kelsey podcast, even though Jason Kelsey said get rid of the tush push, by the way, he actually said that. Not like that, but Travis kind of annoyed him with it, and then Jason was like, you know what, screw it. I'm tired of you guys talking about it. Just ban it because we're going to find a way to score anyway. Guess what? They're not banning it this year. So guess what? As long as that tush push is legal and they can get away with it, they're going to keep doing it. And I understand that. What's that guy's name? Brand, the guy who has 5 or 6 pick sixes. I wouldn't be surprised if he did it again tonight.
Right.
Honestly.
Right. Yep. Bland.
I really wouldn't be surprised because guess what? Dallas will rebound after what they did last Thursday night against Seattle. I know they won, but they won real ugly, and that's not how Dallas plays. But guess what? Hold on. Why is Ned calling me?
Hold on.
Hang tight.
51.5 is the over-under in this game. So we could definitely get there. Just the Sunday night of it all makes me want to think it's going to be a sneaky under because everyone's going to have to bet the over at the end of the day. But Del Grande kind of said it too. I mean, there's so much talent on the field. You can almost sneeze to kind of get to this over 51.5. So I could definitely see this being a higher scoring game. I think you could do a 2-touchdown parlay here with like CeeDee Lamb and AJ Brown. If you do that, $10 wins you $430. Not the greatest payout in the universe, but I mean, I see a scenario where they both score for sure. I think you can maybe even do both of them to score and then throw in a Jalen Hurts because he always scores and a Tony Pollard as well. And now we're kind of starting to cook. So Brown for 2, CD for 2, Hurts for 1, Pollard for 1. $10 now pays $1,750. So that's fair. If this is going to be a higher scoring game, those could definitely be your cast of characters. Devontae Smith, stock is up on him a little bit too. He seems to be getting the ball just a hair more. You can't forget about Jake Ferguson. Anytime touchdown straight up. CD is minus 145. Hurts is minus 125. Pollard minus 110. AJ Brown plus 125. Ferguson plus 130. Swift is plus 150. Devontae Smith plus 175. Dallas defense is plus 440. If you want to talk about them, Michael Gallup, I'm done with. He'll never see another play from me ever again. They just don't use them at all.
Real quick.
Yes.
By the way, I wasn't on the phone though. I just sent him a text real quick. I was going to let you finish your spiel. But look at CeeDee Lamb, by the way, 11 catches on 16 targets for 191 yards. That was the last time they played Philly.
What did he have? How much did he have?
11 catches on 16 targets for 191 yards, and he didn't even score.
Wow. And so the Eagles are bad against wide receivers number ones. That's for sure.
And even AJ Brown, 7 catches on 9 targets for 66 yards. Nothing crazy, but he did score.
Yeah, I think you got to play him for multiple touchdowns. CD for 3 touchdowns is 25-1.
And Dallas Goedert's back as well.
Yes, Dallas Goedert is back as well. Pollard over under 20.5 receiving yards. That seems to be low to me, to be honest. So maybe take a shot at that. Philly's the kind of defense that'll make Dak have to dump it off at some point to Pollard. So the 3 touchdown score round robin of Gabe Davis, CeeDee Lamb, McCaffrey, and Justin Jefferson. This will be the first ever 3 touchdown round robin ever to be played today. Maybe by anyone. I'm sure someone does that somewhere. Yep. Hey, you never know. I mean, the conditions are ripe for that kind of thing to happen, to be honest. I mean, as good as it gets. I mean, so we're going to have to play around with that. David, you like Philadelphia. Anthony, it's just a green light for everyone for you fantasy-wise?
Everyone. I mean, I'm a little worried about Swift. I know he's going to play. I know he got dinged up last week. Kenneth Gainwell came in to spell him a little bit. If you're looking for an absolute random of a score tonight, Boston Scott it is.
All right, there you go. Monday night, 2 games, both at 8:15. We have issues with the local provider on ABC, so we're going to have to put the antenna on for one of these games, whichever the one is not on ESPN. And Tyreek Hill just needs 511 yards to get to 2,000. Mike McDaniel is the kind of coach who will absolutely force that issue. The Dolphins could have an opportunity to have rest at the end of the season. So it's now or never for Tyreek to make that push to 2,000. And I'm going to be convinced that he's going to get the ball in big doses against Tennessee, who gave up a ton of points to the Colts last week. You got to remember that through the air. So not a good formula going in. 108.5 yards is his receiving baseline, which is a record, again, for this show, just like the McCaffrey favorite for a touchdown at minus 350 or whatever that is. So I would look at alternate numbers here with Tyreek too. Even up to 150 is absolutely fair game. He's plus 280 for that. So I think that's a great number. I mean, the push is on. It's got to happen here. You got week 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So he has 5 games where he needs to average about 100 yards or a little bit more and maybe not even play that last game. So they're going to force feed it to this guy a ton. Dave Del Grande loves some Devin Achane too. He thinks he can have maybe one of the biggest games of his career, short career already. He's 17.5 for his receiving prop. Derwin Smithy, as we call him, he never does anything, but he's at 11.5. Waddle is at 70.5 for their receiving props. Rushing wise, Achane is at 54.5. He's actually a favorite over Mostert this week, which is 45.5. Derrick Henry, out for concussion protocol last week, is listed. 54.5 is his baseline total for the Titans. That is the one chance the Titans have, is to ride Henry. So the high-flying Tyreek Hill offense, Tua and the Dolphins stay off the field. Tyreek's minus 220 for 1 touchdown. Achane is minus 110. Waddle, even money, plus 100. Mostert, plus 115. Henry, plus 145. Hopkins, plus 220. Let's see. River Craycraft
there he is, Anthony, plus 500. Our boy Nick Westbrook Akine, plus 550. Traylon Burks, what the heck's happened to him? At least I haven't had him on any tickets in recent weeks. Plus 550 for him. So Tyreek all day. I'm pretty sure we all agree on that. But what else you got in this, David?
Steve, so I'm going to go back to, I think, what I did last week that came up just short. And I'm going to play some Tua over 275 plus passing yards in this one. Just kind of knowing what we know with what you said, they're going to try and get it to Hill and kind of, feed him the ball. So you got to imagine if Hill's getting it, then Tua is probably going to be not far behind on the passing yards, Steve. So give me Tua 275 plus passing yards.
Alternate numbers on Tua are plus 124 for 300, plus 225 is 325 plus. Will Levis actually had a nice week passing last week. If you want him to get to 250 yards, that is at plus 270. What else do you have here, Anthony? I know you love some Tyreek. You probably like some Waddle as well, but what else?
Waddle, Tyreek, everyone. Every single human being who actually has to run a route against the Titans. They're going for it. Even your stupid Smithy or whatever, or however they spell that stupid name. And you know what? Let's throw in some Kraft or whatever his name is too.
Well, do you like Achane's rushing numbers? Do you think he can have a good day rushing?
I mean, would you guys be surprised if Miami put up 60 against them?
No, not at all.
No.
I mean, I'm not. I don't think they will because I think they're actually a little bit too modest. But for Tyreek to get one or two, Waddle to get one, A-Chain to get two, Mostert to get one, hell, even Jeff Wilson to get one, and then, frankly, I might even. I just want to yell crap if he scores. I know that's not his name, but I just like screaming crap.
Last game on the board. Yep. What else you got?
Last but not least, as far as the Titans are concerned, I could care less. And for some stupid reason, Traylon Burks is still on my team. I don't know why. He's that one player. Because we've all been there. There's always that one player. There's always that one player that we can't drop, but we'll never start. And this year it's Traylon Burks. Right. I can't drop him because I don't want anyone to take him. Because I know the second I drop him, he's going to go for like 80 yards and 2 scores. But I'm never going to start him.
Disappointing for sure, without a doubt.
He has been the official fantasy actual bust. He stinks. I will not be starting him, but yes, he will stay on my bench.
What's the status of Christian Watson? He's likely out, right? Is that what are they looking at? A month with him or so? Is that a bad hamstring?
No. He actually if let's put it this way. Let's say let's say tomorrow was a playoff game. He would have suited up.
He'd play. Okay.
Yeah, but he's taking it easy. They're playing the stupid Giants. They should win this game, especially on the run that Love is actually on. But this is the same hamstring that Watson dinged up earlier in the year. He missed 3 games. But on an earlier report, he actually said, this isn't as bad as it was earlier in the year. I actually expect him to be full go for next week.
-6.5 is the line for Green Bay at the Giants in the Meadowlands. Over under is 37. I actually think that's low. I'm going to give the Giants a chance to make this. And I think Green Bay wins, but I think the Giants can actually keep this competitive. The Green Bay rush defense is not the greatest in the universe. And I could see a scenario where Barkley has a really good game as well. He's plus 750 for 2 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, he is plus 110 for 1. Looks like we have Aaron Jones back. He's listed as plus 110. A.J. Dillon plus 110. Dobbs is plus 185. Jaden Reed, I think, will get the bulk of the load now that Watson is out. I think he loves Reed. Talking about Jordan Love. So plus 195 for him for a score. 2 touchdown scores. Barkley, again, it's plus 750. Aaron Jones, 8-1. Jaden Reed at 17-1 is a nice price. Dobbs is at 16-1. Darius Slayton is all the way down to 65-1. Passing prop wise, the Vito's baseline is 174.5. Jordan Love is at 225.5. I would think Jordan Love can go over that, to be honest. And as far as the receiving props go, Jaden Reed is just at 41.5. That's too low. I would look at an alternate number over for him. I think he can get to 60 or 70 easily. 70 is plus 320 for him. So I'll green light some Reed. I think Barkley is a real threat in this game, though. Barkley's receiving yards is only 18.5. DeVito does like to throw to him, so I would maybe put him on your running back receiver list. But I think a little bit more fun game than you might think. I don't think it's a complete Green Bay whitewash, but I do see Green Bay winning this game something like 27-20 or something like that. Maybe even 27-21, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's going to be close to the spread, and I wouldn't doubt if the Giants take the money home at the end of the night. But give me some Jaden Reed, that's for sure. And I'll lean on Barkley a little bit as well. How about you, David?
Steve, I like the Packers to win this game. I like what they've, with the resurgence that we've kind of seen from them. I think they have a chance to possibly be a playoff team. And I like Jordan Love in this game over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I think Reed gets involved. I like one even to Mr. Romeo Dobbs. So I think the Packers come out on top and Jordan Love over passing touchdowns.
Dobbs got his 6 touchdowns on that 6-touchdown preseason bet, by the way.
Nice. Excellent.
He's already there.
Excellent.
Anthony, what else you got here?
I'm glad that Romeo Dobbs got that 6-touchdown score because, unfortunately, he was paired with Mike Williams, Dallas Goedert, and Justin Jefferson. Great.
Right. Mike Williams is going to let me down at the end of the day, that's for sure.
You know what, Steve? I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
Right.
Real quick, not much with this game. I will actually pose this question. I actually have zero analysis on the Giants. But I do want to say that Tyler Boyd, Travis Etienne, Dearness Johnson, Jawan Johnson, and Noah Brown are both active. And today's inactives, Saints included, Taysom Hill will not be playing. So if you guys thought Taysom Hill was going to have his 3-touchdown game, it ain't going to happen today.
So that means Kamara money for sure. So lay it on Kamara. Do you like my Jaden Reed angle for him to pick up the bulk of the load?
He's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Even when Watson didn't play, what a rookie. And Jordan Love's been coming on his own. Fire him up. I understand the Romeo Dobbs thing, but I'm going to fire up Jaden Reed with everything. Aaron Jones, they say he's expected to play. Don't be surprised. Look, have backup options just in case. In case you have nothing else to use. Hopefully you have A.J. Dillon as a handcuff. But if Aaron Jones is on your team, hold on to him. He should play. Fire him up if he does play. But be careful and have a backup.
All right, boys. That's the entire slate. Cue up the sound. What else? You got anything else?
Actually, last but not least, this is an actual question to both of you guys. 2 different leagues. One, our league. Sorry. You guys actually have to give me good advice because there's a chance that I actually could win this. And yes, you guys will, I'll help out. I'll buy you guys something nice. Do I start C.J. Stroud or do I start Jake Browning?
Jake Browning.
Yes,
I think Browning as well.
I'm thinking that because I'm looking at this I'm looking at this weather, and it looks like it is outside right now. It looks terrible, and I think I'm going to go with Browning. And it pains me because Stroud is what carried me this far.
What's your other question?
Second question. I am down Terry McLaurin, which actually it doesn't really matter because he's going to score just as many points this week as he did last week.
Exactly.
But I also have Christian Watson, who's on the bench. I'm going to start Nico Collins no matter what because he's going to at least get catches, and I'm in a PPR league. So, and I'm going to unfortunately start Jerry Jeudy. Or do I start Jerry Jeudy, Jonathan Mingo, or Jalen Hyatt for the Giants?
Jeudy, I would think.
Jeudy.
All right. Actually, my fault. You have to pick two. So it's between Mingo and Jalen Hyatt.
Mingo for sure.
Mingo.
I'm going to go with Mingo. He actually had 10 targets. I know we didn't really cover them early in the show. I'm going to be a biased Anthony root for was it Jonathan or Jonathan?
Jonathan, I think.
Jonathan Mingo, I believe. I could be wrong.
Let's just say Mingo. Mingo the Dingo. Mingo the Dingo for a sport. How about that?
Let's see.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the advice. Let's get to the twos.
It is Jonathan Mingo plus 470 for a touchdown today. Actually, that's not a bad price. Del Grande's stock is up on Mingo as well. All right, yeah, let's get to the 2 touchdown scores as we bring in the most popular sounder in all of Sunday morning sports media, NFL gambling.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a red belt. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, 2 touchdown scores for you, Anthony. What do you got?
Give me Montgomery. Give me Montgomery. And do I actually pain? It pains for me to say this. I'm going back to the Ford.
Jerome Ford, all right.
I'm going back from Monty. I'm going back to Ford. And there's one other guy in my list. Actually, I don't really have that many. I had Ford. I had Montgomery. Oh, Cooper Kupp.
Cooper Kupp, yep. Paying big time, 26-1 today. David, what do you got?
For 2 touchdowns today, give me Kamara. We're going to go with Zach Moss. Sprinkle in some David Montgomery and round it off with Justin Jefferson.
All right. I'm going to take Jamar Chase. I'll take him for 2 today. I will also take, let's see here. I'm going to take Deebo Samuel for 2. I'm also going to take Jefferson for 2 and 3. Give me Josh Allen for 2. Give me CD and A.J. Brown for both 2. And, of course, Tyreek Hill will have 2 touchdowns. And the sneaky other game, Giants-Packers could be fun. How about Barkley and Jaden Reed for 2? All right, my best bets of the day are this. If you had to put all your money on one bet, what would it be today? I think I would take over 44 in the Colts-Bengals game. So I think that's the best play on the board overall. I'm going to actually take the Bengals on the alt line. I'm going to take the Rams to win. I'm going to take the Rams on the points, but I think they can actually win. If I like to move lines like I do, then that plus 295 for them that win outright, I think it's fair. Give me a higher scoring game in Tampa Bay and Atlanta over 41. I want to take the Lions, but I'm going to hold off on that. Give me San Francisco in a complete bloodbath for sure. And go ahead and give me the Vikings -3. All right, Dave, what are your best bets?
All right, Steve.
And the Bills. I'll throw the Bills on there too. Go ahead.
We'll have more to come, that's for sure. But my 3 best right now, Steve, I'm going to take the Houston Texans -5.5 playing the Jets. We're going to get a Jefferson anytime. I'm sure of that, right? He's back. He's going to score. We like that. And then we're going to round it off. I think Jacksonville can take care of business in Cleveland.
Wow. Okay.
It might not be pretty, but I think that they can squeeze it out. So I'm going to go Jacksonville on the money line, Jefferson with an anytime touchdown, and the Houston Texans -5.5.
Any best bets for you, Anthony, besides your 2 touchdown guys?
Well, I would also like to add Gabe Davis, but I'm going to actually throw him in the 3 touchdown score with McCaffrey. Haven't done that yet. But, look, it's been working for me this year, and I'm going to go back to the well again. Look, give me Diggs, Jamar Chase, Mike Evans, and CeeDee Lamb, all 100 yards and a score.
Yeah, that's the one I want. What do you got, Diggs?
You have to send a picture of that over.
Yeah, I'm actually going to send this, and I'm going to send this one, and I'm also going to do a 5-1 with Tyreek Hill. So I'm going to do 2 separate ones. I will send that to both of you guys in the coming minutes.
So Tyreek, Diggs, CD, Chase, and who is the other one?
Diggs, Chase, Evans, and Lamb.
Evans is the okay.
Yeah, I'm going with all 5 of them, all 100 to score. The weather's fine, and every last one of them. I'm not worried about it. Like I said, I'm going to do the Diggs, Chase, Evans, Lamb, 100 and a score on one, and I'm also going to do another one with all 5 of them. So it's kind of like my own secret round robin, if that makes any sense.
Right.
I don't know if that makes any
Well,
sense.
I like to. Well, you know what you do? You take the edge off of having to wait for that last one, and you already booked a winner. So you're almost on a free roll at that point. So I like the strategy of the last game. Don't make yourself make a decision to cash out overnight. Already have a ticket cashed with the previous 4.
Yeah, so I'm punching all of those guys, and I will be sending you guys a screenshot. Give me a couple minutes because you guys know how slow this stupid phone is.
Yep. All right. With that being said, we'll go ahead and get on out of here. Week 14 is a wrap here on this mid-December day. Playoffs right around the corner. Christmas 2 weeks from tomorrow, boys. How about that?
Wow.
All right, everyone. Good luck on your tickets. For Dave Del Grande, for Nephew Dave, for the Ant-Man, I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin. Go to deepend757.com for any of this for a replay. We will see you Tuesday on What the Puck is Going On. Good luck on your tickets. Go Jefferson.
Times